Yes, please, and thank
Yes,
you.
please.
Speak to the universe, and the universe replies.
Is that Sarah's new nickname?
The
The
universe?
universe? Good one, sir. Good one.
Oh,
See, we're waiting for a couple more council members here. Alicia, do we have Channel 8 ready to go?
I do believe that we do, sir.
All right, let's give our colleagues another minute.
Paco is on the scene. This is my favorite Boulder background.
One. Ooh, that's not in my list. I only had like 4 options.
Yeah, I gotta figure out how to flip it.
Who are we? Okay, do we have everybody? Like, not everybody has their camera on, so I'm having a little trouble counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Matt's not here.
Is he absent today?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
All right.
And that's why we didn't have the dad joke.
where are the dad jokes?
They're in Mexico with Matt.
Is Matt absent today?
Yes, yeah.
Oh,
That
okay.
was, I think, what he told me that last week, maybe.
I just texted him. I'll let you know if I hear something.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he was doing a trip to Mexico with some friends.
Got it. In which case, we have everybody here. So I will go ahead and gavel us started. Welcome everyone to the March 7th, 2024 business meeting of the Boulder City Council. And Alicia, if you could start us with a roll call, please.
Yes, sir, and good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here. We'll start tonight's roll call with Council Member Adams.
Present.
Councilmember Benjamin is absent. Mayor Brockett.
Present.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Present.
Marquis.
Present.
Shuhard.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Spear.
Present.
Councilmember Wallach.
Here.
And Weiner.
Present.
Mayor, we have our quorum.
Thank you, Alicia. Our first item is 1A, which is a Boulder Medical Center 75th anniversary declaration presented by Mayor Pro Tem Spear. So Nicole, if you could take it away, please.
Thank you. My pleasure to do this tonight. On this momentous occasion, the City of Boulder proudly recognizes Boulder Medical Center as it commemorates 75 years of dedicated service to our community. Since its establishment in 1949, Boulder Medical Center has been a steadfast pillar of healthcare excellence, embodying professionalism, compassion, and innovation. At its inception, Boulder Medical Center pioneered a revolutionary approach to healthcare delivery by forming a multi-specialty group comprised of physicians from diverse fields. This innovative model has fostered seamless collaboration among providers, ensuring comprehensive and coordinated care for patients across Boulder County and beyond. Anchored in the principles of local, independent, and physician-owned care, Boulder Medical Center remains deeply rooted in the fabric of our community. With a firm commitment to serving the unique needs of Boulder County residents, the practice has expanded to encompass 5 locations with a roster of over 85 providers. As an independent entity, Boulder Medical Center retains the autonomy to prioritize patient care above all else, ensuring that decisions are made in the best interest of their patients. This unwavering dedication to excellence has earned the trust and respect of countless individuals and families throughout the generations. Therefore, on behalf of the City of Boulder, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to Boulder Medical Center for 75 years of exceptional service and unwavering commitment to the health and well-being of our community. We, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, recognize and celebrate March 7th, 2024 as the 75th anniversary of the Boulder Medical Center. And now, as I understand it, we will play a short video at the request of the recipients of this evening's declaration.
Our story is full of big-hearted, big vision people doing life-changing work for individuals and families in Boulder County and beyond. When Boulder Medical Center opened in 1949, it was an innovative approach to healthcare, and it still is today. Boulder Medical Center was formed by a group of 10 physicians from different specialties who came together to help meet the needs of the community after World War II. What was unique at the time is that it was a multi-specialty group, which really does allow for coordinated and collaborative care amongst providers, which offers the best for our patients. It's impressive that that has lasted, and we've been able to continue to serve our community for 75 years.
In a multi-specialty practice, what we're really talking about is a group of physicians with separate areas of expertise. We have specialists in not just pediatrics or family medicine or internal medicine, but we have subspecialists in ENT, dermatology, urology, surgery, and we care about each other's patients and taking care of all the patients at Boulder Medical Center. I think something that's really special about Boulder Medical Center is that it is a local practice. We're focused on taking care of people who live in Boulder County, being able to provide for the community's needs. Boulder Medical Center really tries to bring in the expertise needed to address those sort of things.
Because it's an independent physician-owned practice, you have a lot of say in how things run and how they work.
I really value the independence and flexibility. It allows us to do what's right for our patients.
Being local, independent, and physician-owned, it provides us with unique insight into what our community healthcare needs are.
Looking forward, I think Boulder Medical Center has been very responsive. We are bringing on more physicians and more practitioners to address specific needs in the community. And we've been expanding in the areas of Boulder County where patients are moving to in order to bring that medical care closer to them.
We are part of the community. We are taking care of our neighbors. Most of us are patients of Boulder Medical Center. Our family members are patients of Boulder Medical Center. The biggest things that have prompted me to stay here for close to 18, 19 years now are I love my patients. I love the continuity that I have had with them, and it allows me to practice medicine in a way that I find meaningful and feel that I'm able to deliver the best possible care.
As a physician and the father of 2 young boys who are also patients here at Boulder Medical Center, I can really tell that the people care, that they want to provide good care, that they want to provide collaborative care, that they want to provide cutting edge and innovative care, and provide that to the Boulder community, which is truly our focus.
Hi, council members. Thank you so much for allowing us to join. Excuse me for my less than professional atmosphere attire. I'm at a Boulder High Fairview Ultimate Frisbee tournament. So my name is Heather Bright Hoffmeyer. I'm an OBGYN at Boulder Medical Center. Been a practicing provider here many years, have delivered many Boulder babies. And I'm currently our board president, and I just want to thank you for allowing us to come, and really just want to thank you for being a support to us. And we want to just offer a thank you for creating such a great place for us to practice medicine and take great care of our patients. We want to thank our community for supporting our business. And most of all, we want to thank our patients for the honor of allowing us to take care of them. We look forward to being here another 75 years. Thank you. Have a great night.
Well, thank you, Heather, Donna, and Julia, for joining us, and congratulations on this truly exceptional anniversary. 75 years, what an accomplishment. And as someone who gets pretty much all of my health care from the Boulder Medical Center, I can attest personally to the quality of the care that you have there at your facility. So thanks for everything you do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
And now it is time for open comments. So Elisha, if you could read our public participation guidelines, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you so very much. Good evening again, everyone. Elisha Johnson, serving the city as your records manager and city clerk. I appreciate you all being here with us tonight. The city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and council, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. For more information about this vision and the community engagement processes, please visit our website at bouldercolorado.gov/services/productive atmospheres. The following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision. These will be upheld during this meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. Participants are required to sign up to speak using the name they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted online. Thank you again for being here and joining us, and I'll turn it back to you, sir.
Thank you, Alicia. All right, so we've got 2 people have withdrawn, so we've got 18 people on the speaking list. Each person will get 2 minutes. I'll read 3 names at a time. And our first 3 speakers are Douglas Hamilton, Sergio Atala, and Randall Clark.
Hello, can you hear me? Looks like so. Okay, great. Good evening, members of council. When I listen to my Israeli and Palestinian friends, I can't help from hearing the snowballing effect of generations of trauma, cycles upon cycles of trauma. But the answer to this trauma is not more trauma. It is caring, support, understanding, and accountability. As we speak, all reports show the humanitarian crisis in Gaza worsens by the day. The humanitarian crisis, while insanely terrible and deadly for the people of Gaza, also destabilizes Israel and the rest of the world. One can recognize the horrible events of October 7 and the horribleness of the subsequent war. But what can we do here in Boulder to model healing the trauma of this conflict through support, understanding, and accountability? You may not realize it, but we have a tool, citizens' assemblies. Citizens' assemblies are part of your recently published recommendations of improving public meetings and engagement in the city. A citizens' assembly is a group of randomly selected, demographically represented paid participants, like jury duty. After selection, the assembly engages in in-depth analysis of a specific issue, hears testimony from experts and regular folks, and deliberates, then makes informed, consensus-driven decisions about the issue. The process has several advantages to the city. It frees up city resources, removes decisions from the political process, and it results in a deliberative, consensus-driven decision. Please consider using the community assembly process to determine 2 issues. Should an issue be, should the city issue a statement or the assembly issue a statement on the war, and what should that statement be? Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Douglas. Now we have Sergio Atala, Randall Clark, and Stephen Ross.
Yes, hello, City Council. Thank you for giving us time, to those of us who believe that stopping a genocide that is supported by our tax dollars is an imperative. I want to introduce to you some of the Boulder residents that were interviewed by the Rocky Mountain PBS that are being affected by the ongoing genocide. Riham and Ahmed Abu Haiba have the most of their family in Gaza, relatives killed, are now frantic with worry trying to reach surviving relatives. Their parents' house, which took the family 6 years to build, was destroyed. They sought refuge at a UN school, which was also bombed. They now live in a tent, and like most people in Gaza, have to risk their lives in search of a pound of flour. You can go to slide 3. trying to reach their relatives. Go to slide 5, please. This is Saeb Jarar demonstrating that Palestinians are people too. He and his wife, Manal, own Arabesque. You might want to stop by and bring his sympathies. His relatives are in the West Bank, where Nablus incidentally is located. 420 people have been killed by the IDF and Israeli settlers in the West Bank since October 7, where there are no Hamas members, and over 7,000 have been captured under administrative detention. Go to slide 7, please. Abdullah Elaga, he is one of the city residents in Denver. He says 120 of my relatives have been killed since this war started. There are 3 entire families of my relatives that have been erased from the civil registry, children, parents, grandchildren, all gone. Go to 8. Slide 8. These are thousands of people, only half an hour from the Boulder City Council, and yet they get it. Go to 9.
Your time is up, but thank you very much for your testimony. Now we have Randall Clark, Stephen Bross, and Flanders Lorton.
Unmute. Okay, this is Randall Clark. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much, because I don't see anything. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I want to say to everyone who is listening and to the council, I appreciate the work that you do. I have requested formally an apology from the council for a word and phrase that you used on the February 15th agenda when you discussed whether you were going to consider a ceasefire resolution request. And that phrase, I will read the statement that you had in the agenda and which is in the written copy and online. Discussion to confirm council's position to decline or accept moving forward with the consideration of a ceasefire resolution regarding the Israeli-Gaza conflict. It is not an Israeli-Gaza conflict. We don't consider that. No resolution ever stated that. It is not in relationship to Israeli people. We all know words matter. This is a summary of what I sent you. And I know you know words matter. Words can ease tensions as well as ignite tensions. This agenda item egregiously misrepresents the ceasefire resolution to imply that the resolution supports the phrase Israeli-Gaza conflict. The inclusion of the word Israeli in this context is inaccurate. The resolution never accuses the Israeli people of anything, nor does the resolution state that the conflict is between Israelis and Gaza. This is a very important distinction that I know you understand, and it's central to concerns of every party that has come before you who are for and against the proposed ceasefire resolution. I know you understand the importance of setting this record straight, and I just feel that it's important for you to apologize for using these phrase Israeli-Gaza. The resolution never stated Israeli-Gaza. The resolution, for the record, stated concerned citizens want the council to adopt a resolution regarding the conflict emanating from the Gaza Strip. 1, to prevent further loss of life. There must be an immediate and sustained.
Your time is up, but thank you for your testimony. Now we have Stephen Bross, Flanders Lorton, and Aram Bingham.
Good evening, council members. I am Stephen Bross from Boulder, 3240 Folsom Street, and I'm with my organization, thepowerofus.co, and I'm speaking to voice my support of a peace resolution for the Gaza Strip conflict. We are calling for a ceasefire, for humanitarian aid, and to end military funding, and for divestment from all related military organizations and involvement. We are 90 seconds to midnight on the doomsday clock, the very real threat of nuclear war. If this war goes unchallenged, we put the whole planet at risk. And that's a very chilling local issue. Remaining silent on this issue is a vote for genocide. We just want you to know that many of us voters are grateful for and support council members who take a courageous stand for peace. And in my view, this issue transcends politics. It's a humanitarian issue. It's a moral crisis. and an issue of international law. The bombing of Gaza is a blatant violation of the Geneva Convention and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We need you to stand faithfully by this law and resolution. If the council claims it doesn't want to get involved in foreign affairs, Boulder already sends 1.6 million tax dollars to Israel. Wouldn't that money be better spent here, resolving our problems, not given to a country already receiving billions in aid from the federal government? Also, the city council has passed humanitarian resolutions in the past related to Iraq, Myanmar, and South Africa. To take the courageous stand now will be to stand in solidarity with 85 other US cities who have chosen to align with the right side of history, in my opinion. I have a friend in Boulder with ties to a Palestinian family that is desperate to escape to safety in Egypt, but it will cost them $63,000. And they've already lost one of their family members to this conflict. So please support a peace resolution to help his family and thousands like them. Thank you for your attention and deep consideration of this critical issue. Good night.
Thank you. Now we have Flanders Lorton, Aram Bingham, and Esria Charon.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. Today marks 5 entire months of bloodshed in Gaza, 5 months of massacres that kill over 100 women and children every single day, 5 months of forced starvation, detainment, torture, and abject humiliation of the Palestinian people. I ask you, what kind of person supports a military that opens fire on desperate and starving civilians awaiting food? Not once, but many times. What kind of a person supports a military that bombs thousands of families in their homes, instantly killing some and leaving others with horrific injuries and the mental trauma of losing their entire families in an instant? What type of person intentionally prevents humanitarian aid from reaching millions of starving civilians? That is not a person who wants peace, only death. In calling for a permanent ceasefire, we are calling for life. A recent YouGov poll showed that 62% of former Biden voters support ending all weapons sales to Israel as long as they continue to be used in the Gaza Strip. 62% is a massive plurality. Moreover, only 14% of Biden voters said that we should not end weapon exports. As Democrats, by remaining silent, you are only representing 14% of your constituency. The images we are seeing now are horrifically similar to those we saw from the Nazi concentration camps. The same images of starvation, mass detainment, humiliation, and death are coming out of Gaza right now. And today on International Women's Day, it has been reported that over 60,000 pregnant women are suffering from acute malnutrition and dehydration. Never again means never again for anyone, and I highly encourage you to schedule a meeting with the amazing people from the Jewish Voices for Peace. They are an incredible organization, and I have met more Jewish people organizing for Palestine than I have before in my entire life. They are all such strong, courageous, and deeply caring individuals. What we are asking for is an end to the violence against all people. We represent an extremely diverse intercultural, interfaith, and interethnic coalition, and we are calling for you to stand up straight and make the political calculation that murdering innocent children, women, and families is not an American value. It is not a democratic value, and it is not a Jewish value. The only way to find lasting peace is to stop this endless violence. Please call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Aram Bingham, Esria Charon, and Hep Ingham.
All right. My name is Aram Bingham and I live in Boulder. I'm here to begin a collective statement to urge the council to pass a ceasefire resolution as the first step and bare minimum towards the liberation of the Palestinian people. We ask you to pay close attention to why this is a local issue for the council to weigh in on. On February 15th, Mayor Brackett claimed that a city rule says council should not take up foreign policy matters as a justification to not weigh in on the siege of Gaza. As Councilwoman Adams stated, the City Council has passed resolutions concerning U.S. policies on Iraq, Myanmar, and South Africa. Furthermore, the Council has even participated in boycotts, a freedom that the state of Colorado took from us in 2016. While we dispute several Council members' disingenuous characterization of Israel's genocidal campaign as a foreign affair, Councilwoman Adams also reminded us that the Council's rules on considering foreign affairs were adopted from the previous Council, and they can be changed again. Many council members keep repeating that a ceasefire resolution is not a local issue and therefore should not be taken up here. Let us tell you why this issue is also a local issue. We Boulder residents, all of us, even when we do not want to admit it, are affected by the horror unfolding in Gaza. Some more than others. In our community, we have Palestinian American students, women, children, and elders who have lost family members murdered in this genocide. Indigenous and Black people relive the trauma of their own genocide, land theft, sexual and physical violence, surveillance, and enslavement. Some of us are descendants of historically overlooked genocides, such as the Armenian, Irish, and Bosnian genocide, which have been ignored or denied by many Western decision makers while they were ongoing. My own Armenian great-great-grandfather was publicly dismembered by Ottoman Turks as the Armenian genocide unfolded under the cover of World War I. We know from genocide scholars that the worst stages of genocide take place under the cover of so-called legitimate war, as we are witnessing now. We are also parents, siblings, aunts, uncles, and siblings of children, and we are deeply traumatized by seeing in real time children starving to death, having limbs amputated, and losing all their family members.
Thank you. Next, we have Esraya Charan, Hep Ingham, and Mohammed Husias.
Hi, my name is Esraya Sharon from Boulder. I'm the board chair of the Boulder Nablus Sister City Project. However, I'm not speaking on behalf of the organization tonight. I'm here to express my personal views. I encourage you to consider a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. In this moment, silence is complicity. Inaction is complicity. I'm sorry to say that in times when grave crimes against humanity are being committed, it becomes incumbent upon all citizens of the world to do what we can to stop the massacre that is underway. Anything less is complicity. This is why dozens and dozens of city councils across the United States have passed ceasefire resolutions. They, like you, are aware that these resolutions singularly do not impact foreign policy, but in aggregate, they send a very strong message to those who do have a say in our foreign policies. And these other city council people, like you, are largely not experts in Middle Eastern history, current events, or international human rights law. But we can all see that horrors are being inflicted upon hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians. According to the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, 25,000 women and children have been slaughtered in the past 4 months. Think about that, 25,000. By any sane definition, that is catastrophic and genocidal. You must act. You must do that which is within your power to do. You must pass a ceasefire resolution demanding a permanent ceasefire. And doing so will be beneficial not only for Gazans, but also for Israelis and hostages and Americans. This is.
Thank you. Our next testifiers are Hep Ingham, Mohammed Husias, and Adil Raja.
Hey, good evening. So no one starts out wanting to close the airport. It starts out when the pilots choose to fly low over your home and then ask them to follow the rules. They tell you these are recommendations. We can and will do whatever we think is best. So you go to the FAA and ask them to get the pilots to follow the FAA altitude standard and to avoid flying below 1,000 feet. The FAA managers and inspectors tell you it's not in the public interest for us to follow claims about airplane altitude or noise violations. Looking at the history, one can see that the operations of pattern flying and the glider tow flights are up about 400% from the 1990s. This was all done with no public comment, no input from those affected, and it's followed only with the threat of lawsuits by the pilot groups and their business interests, using the hook of FAA money that gives them unrestricted use of public facility. The tired refrain, "Why did you move next to an airport? Did you think geese flew there?" misses the point that pilot communities have given themselves the right to expand their operations for profit and amusement in perpetuity without any oversight or restriction. changing a small tolerable airport into a system of subsidy for privileged users who externalize the cost of noise and lead poisoning. The pilot groups have lawsuits waiting using FAA rules to threaten the city in case the city tries to seek justice for those on the ground. That's the reality of the airport and of all the GA airports across the country, which is why so many of the small airports are seeking closure. I think you should make the land available to all of Boulder and those in the county that take the brunt of their noise and lead pollution. 179 acres should serve tens of thousands, not 200. We don't have to care about what they do to the people they fly over. That's why I signed the petition to convert it to a neighborhood. And I'm hoping you will too.
Thank you. Next, we have Mohammed Kusias, Adil Raja, and Lara Gonzalez.
Hello, can you guys?
Yes. We can hear you. You can get started.
Looks like Mohammed may have dropped off.
Okay, why don't we move on and hopefully he'll rejoin and we can get back to him. So next then would be Adil Raja.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Sweet. Apologies for my voice, a little under the weather today, so I sound like I'm speaking from my nose. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to have a few words. I saw you guys on the virtual last time around. I didn't get a chance to speak, so I'm happy that I'm getting a chance to speak. It would have been much better in person, so I'm not sure what happened, but I'll take virtual. I was talking to my friends the other day and I kind of mentioned, I was like, I watch the news and I don't understand why are we so hateful? Are the American people just hateful people? Are we racist people? I don't understand. Why are we not making a case for the Palestinian people? It makes no sense to me. Just the other day, there were civilians gathered around to get food and they were shot at by the tanks and by people. And it was 100 people plus died. And I don't understand why. And the fact that I have to come to talk to you guys to make a case for a ceasefire is mind boggling to me. It makes no sense. I do acknowledge half of our politicians, if not all, are paid for by AIPAC and they're owned by a foreign government, right? That's why they're allowing all this to happen. I don't think AIPAC funds to local level, so I'm not sure how much of many of y'all are owned by a foreign government. I really think you should open up your mind here and kind of go with the American people. It is no joke that American people are saying, hey, we must present ceasefire. This makes absolute no sense. There's so much fake news out there talking about the rape of the Israeli woman. I just saw an article about that, the debunking about that on October 7th, that this was written by the information came from like a Israeli former intelligence persons, right? So that took the news while the news of Palestinian women who are being raped or goes under the radar. So I don't understand what is going on. It is a local issue. I urge you local representative to listen to us. I'm hoping that you guys kind of change your mind and talk about this symbolic resolution.
But thanks for your testimony. Next, we have Laura Gonzalez, Gila Kaplan, and Elliot Fladden.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Before my time starts, can I state that Mohammed is trying to call back in? Can you restart my time, please? Because I'm just trying to advocate for someone else. So
we restarted it for you.
Yeah, please don't start it yet because I'm not there yet. And I also want to ask because I am concerned that Councilwoman Tara Weiner doesn't seem to be paying attention. So I would appreciate if she gives us the full attention.
Laura, you can start your testimony now, please.
Okay, start my time now, please. So I'm continuing our collective statement. The U.S. has been sending around $4 billion in annual pay to military aid to Israel, 1.6 million of which comes from Boulder City Council residents alone. On top of this, our Colorado senators just voted to send an additional 14 billion for weapons to Israel. And the US has made over 100 individual weapons transferred to the Israeli military over the past 5 months. This is a local economic issue. In Boulder County, food insecurity went up 14% from 2022 to 2023, and child poverty and the number of students living in homelessness has more than doubled from 2019 to 2022. The siege in Gaza has led to forced starvation of children with tax dollars, while we also fail our own children in Boulder. Number 3, the planet warming emissions generated during the first 2 months of the war in Gaza were greater than the annual carbon footprint of more than 20 of the world's most climate vulnerable nations. You claim to be committed to climate and environmental issues. Do you really believe that climate is a local issue only? Polluting the world at this rate affects us directly. Number 4, this is a local issue because Councilwoman Weiner brought an ADL member on January 18 to mark Holocaust Remembrance Days. 1, this historic atrocity did not happen here, and we understand the global impact of that genocide, which we recognize today, and of course we support it. 2, you brought a member of ADL, which supports a Jewish and democratic state of Israel, which is an international issue. 3, you dismissed the Holocaust of Turtle Island and the current Holocaust in Palestine perpetuated by the state of Israel in your statement. This language has been used by scholars and academics who have conducted immense research in global genocides and Holocaust. Excluding other Holocausts is exclusive, and we're not playing Oppression Olympics here. Number 5, if you don't pass any moral or policy work to stop this genocide, your legacy in the city council will be your silence and blatant opposition to a US-backed genocide with our local taxes. No matter what transportation, housing, racial equity, climate policy work you do and champion, none of it will be remembered. We're making this collective statement because we want it to be on the record and live forever in the internet to show that you're going to show your grandchildren and children and the next generations
Thank you
where you stood and what action you took to stop.
Our next speakers are Gila Kaplan, Elliot Flayden, and Lynn Siegel.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, you can start. My name is Gila, and I'm disgusted to be Israeli. When asking an 8-year-old what they want to be when they grow up, they say, I want to be a doctor, pilot, comedian. An 8-year-old in Gaza says, if I live, I want. Now even a 5-year-old says, I want to die in order to join his deceased family. When I was 5, my Zionist parents moved from Deerfield, Illinois to Israel. Sheltered under the Iron Dome, the sound of sirens proved to be no real threat. Gazans die under the shrieks of 1-ton bombs. Israeli officials call it mowing the lawn, a term used for the thinning of a population. Each blade of grass represents a human being, a mother, a brother, a child. I am a political immigrant. My daughter will not grow up brainwashed, dehumanizing and demonizing, nor serve in an army of occupation. On October 7th, in front of the starving Gazans, young Israelis were raving at a peace party. Currently, a sack of flour costs $1,000 in Gaza. Gaza is inhabitable. Israelis who have fled the horrors of anti-Semitism are now embracing a culture of death and destruction. Ending this genocide is solely in the hands of the US superpower. We ask the Boulder City Council to pass an immediate resolution for a permanent ceasefire now. End Gaza's siege now, real humanitarian aid now, and stop military and financial aid to Israel now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Elliot Flayden, Lynn Siegel, and Paddy Fuster Angulares.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Elliot Flayden from Superior, Colorado. Freedom of speech does not mean freedom from condemnation. And unfortunately, the repeated pattern of conduct of ceasefire supporters up and down the Front Range at city council meetings at this time demands such condemnation in the form of a resolution by city council. I would ask the city clerk to please pull up my single slide. If you look at that slide, What it is a pamphlet that was passed out at the Fort Collins City Council this meeting by pro-ceasefire supporters. In its original and unredacted form, this pamphlet included not just the names of the mayor and city council, but also their home addresses. I repeat, their home addresses. This transparent attempt to intimidate the Fort Collins City Council was, some would argue, successful because it led to that Fort Collins City Council meeting being canceled. And unfortunately, it is part of a pattern of conduct that is going on up and down the Front Range. We've seen it here in Boulder, where multiple city council meetings have not just been disrupted, but have had to have the room cleared by police, with council meetings now being virtual. We've seen it in Denver, where I had to be escorted out by police for my safety, and 2 friends had to be taken out a back exit because they were worried, the police was worried what the pro-ceasefire supporters would do to them. It's happened in Aurora. I think it's happened also in Colorado Springs and Lakewood. Enough is enough. It is one thing to have disagreement on this issue. That is fine. We can disagree. But when you do these tactics, when you do this disruption, when you do cause people to need police escorts, when you dox council members, that is conduct that warrants, that demands that this council, because it is part of this pattern that is being subjected to, pass a resolution condemning it. I ask that you pass a resolution condemning this conduct. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Lynn Siegel, Patty Engelers, and Lindsay Loberg.
Lynn Siegel. Meital Yanev, a former right-wing extremist Israeli, shut down the Sacramento legislature on Palestinian rights. What I want to talk to you about tonight is the Landmarks Board last night that refused to landmark 1015 Juniper, which is a perfectly good house, 1,500 feet or something, a good-sized house, not 5,000 feet like the developer would like to see. That's a beautiful bungalow, and it's being demoed. And this is just unconscionable. I thought that we have a need for middle and affordable, low-income affordable housing. In Gaza, we're bombing with our money. We're bombing houses, and here in Boulder, we're bombing them too. So yeah, it's a local issue too. This is a big problem. They just added $1 million to the value of that house. And by the time the house is demoed and rebuilt, it'll be 5 million or 10 million. That's the value of it. So the embedded value they gave to this thing is just unbelievable. And the realtors sell it as a scrape. Oh, come and buy this place as a scrape. Now the realtors know that that's precedent, that they can sell scrapes. This is the planning board's problem and landmarks problem and environmental advisory board embodied energy of houses like this that we need for this middle income level. Instead, it's another case of travesty in this city. And the Landmarks Board needs to be connected more with the EAB and with the planning board. There needs to be a review of these kind of things. The Western Resource Advocate Building at Broadway and Baseline, directly diagonal to the law school, same thing. It somehow got a
Your time
permit.
is up, but thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Patty Engelers, Lindsay Loberg, and Ronald Price.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Before you start my clock again, our colleague Mohammed has been kicked out. He's trying to rejoin and it's saying that somebody has take him out of the meeting. It says, I was removed by the host. Can we please do something about this?
If our Zoom administrators could look into that, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. I'm here to continue our collective statement. We are making this collective statement because we want it to be on the record and live forever in the internet to show your children and grandchildren and the next 7 generations where you stood and what action you took to stop this genocide, which is none. We are watching you we're watching what you would have done during slavery or the indigenous genocide in this continent. Number 6, Islamophobia and anti-Semitism have significantly increased in Boulder, which is a local issue. However, it is important to recognize the difference between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. Again, the ADL, whose council member Broad, classifies a pro-Palestinian protest as anti-Semitic. They classify the sentence from the river to the sea as anti-Semitic, even though this phrase originated from the Likud party to justify the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians. Number 7, CU Boulder students, faculty, and staff are experiencing doxing and silencing of its pro-Palestinian voices. Just last week, 2 members of the student government tried to pass a resolution to silence Linda Sarsour's voice on campus, even though the week before that, a defendant of Israel nationalism spoke on campus and no such resolutions to silence him was brought up. You passing a ceasefire resolution will send a message to business and schools to not silence pro-Palestinian voices. Number 8, the city and county of Boulder host many events in the JCC. You should be ashamed that district attorney and commissioners from Boulder County are willing to go to panels in locations that are biased, not until people ask for the panel members to be more diverse. Until then, there were not even one Muslim voice represented in that panel. So you should not, like, this is like paid with money of the city. Like, this is so biased.
Your time is up, but thank you for your testimony. Now we have Lindsay Loberg, Ronald Price, and Morales Merne.
Hi, can you all hear me? This
Yes.
is Lindsay. I wonder if, because I'm the last person, is Mohammed here?
There are 2 more speakers after you, actually.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right, I just wanted to make sure that this person is trying to rejoin gets to speak. Well, I'm ready to begin. So, council members, I'm joining the group making the collective statement to encourage, accountability of the city council, to encourage you all to be in alignment with your own values about this issue, and to know and to see that we keep coming back, and we're going to keep coming back until some statement is made from the council, until we feel that the council can make a statement in alignment with the majority of its constituency. We're going to continue to use this mechanism to make our voice heard. We're also going to continue to explore, to meet with you, to discuss actually our common values. If you value transportation, there is no transportation infrastructure in Palestine right now. If you value racial equity, this is a racial equity issue through and through. If you value housing, we in our budget claim money from the HUD, from HUD. We claim money from HUD in our city budget, and yet we cannot talk about the $1.6 million that our residents pay in federal taxes, but we include federal funds on our budget, and we don't have a say in how these federal funds go to support this genocide. And we're going to keep coming back, and we're going to keep talking to you and keep trying to hold each other accountable to our shared values.
Thank you. I understand we have Mohammed back on the line, so can we go to him, please?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you everybody so much for your patience. I want to start off with counsel. My name is Dr. Kaziz. I'm a pediatrician practicing at the Children's Hospital of Colorado. So my views today are my own and not necessarily those of my employer. I'm here to speak about the situation in Gaza and the need for action. If you want to call it a war, a genocide, a purposeful starvation, and collective punishment, at this point, semantics don't matter anymore. Well, we have seen dozens of photos of the starved, shriveled corpses of children who died of starvation in northern Gaza. Ignorance is no longer an excuse. More than most, I know the cost of our unfettered imperialism as a nation. As someone who trained in the management of severe malnutrition at the Children's Hospital of Colorado, I can tell you, based on the World Health Organization's malnutrition mortality estimates, at least a quarter of the current children suffering starvation will die, even if they are given access to food. They need hospital admission and high-level intensive care therapy. But guess what? Unfortunately, there's none of in Gaza anymore. Hospitals, we need a ceasefire so we can get in there and give them the care they need. In the city's dedication to supporting Israel unconditionally, we have abandoned the children of Boulder as well. You sent $1.6 million of taxpayer money to Israel last year instead of funding our children who are living in poverty in the city of Boulder. Child poverty, homelessness, and food insecurity have all increased, as my colleague previously stated. The City Council has previously questioned why we need to act or what Boulder could possibly do. I ask you, what greater moral imperative could there be than defunding the state that has been responsible for the highest daily death toll of children of any conflict in the 21st century? The citizens of Boulder do not consent to our tax dollars funding the massacre of children abroad while our own children continue to struggle and our domestic issues remain unaddressed. I warn you, election time is almost upon us, and our coalition will not forget those who prioritize imperialism and the funding of a foreign state's massacre over the needs of the children of Boulder. The time is now. Divest our tax dollars and call for a ceasefire. History will remember this moment. And like my colleagues, I want to say I'm happy to provide the sources for my statistics or collaborate with you guys however is needed.
Thank you. The last two speakers are Ronald Price and Morales Myrna.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
All right, great. Good evening, and thank you for this time to address the City Council on the matter of your interest in closing the Boulder Municipal Airport. My name is Ronald Price, and I am the principal of QED Airport and Aviation Consultants. Next slide, please. My purpose tonight is to offer some commentary for your benefit about the airport closure process based on my direct experience in this type of action. I'm sure that you are aware that discussion of closing the airport will bring formidable opposition from the Federal Aviation Administration, Colorado Division of Aeronautics, the Colorado Aeronautical Board, national airport and aviation lobby organizations, tenants and users of the airport, and local residents and businesses. It is important to note that your airport is obligated to be operated and maintained in perpetuity because the city accepted grant funds for land acquisition. The FAA has already advised the city in this regard. Despite what the FAA and others say, you should know that there is a proven process that can lead to the successful closure of the airport. And that process is defined by the FAA. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Third slide, please. Thank you.
We'll give you a couple extra seconds.
Are you ready?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I bring this to your attention because I have direct experience in closing publicly owned and grant obligated airports. I worked closely with the city of St. Clair, Missouri in closing its airport in 2017, which was also grant obligated in perpetuity. It was only the second of two such grant obligated in perpetuity airports to close in the past decade.
Okay.
I've been working exclusively.
I think now your time is up, but you can email us further testimony if you would like. Thank you. Final speaker is Morales Myrna. Morales, can you speak?
Hello,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Mika Kurz. My sweetie passed the phone over to me. I'm an ex-IDF soldier living here in Boulder. I wanted to share my appreciation with the council members who have been speaking out against Israel's genocide in Gaza. I appreciate Councilmember Taisha Adams' comments in previous meetings, and I wanted to name, as an Israeli, join my voice with my Palestinian comrades in Boulder and my as well as Gila, who spoke earlier about the shame we're feeling here that our city isn't capable of getting it together and speaking up against the genocide that is clearly impacting all of us. And I wanted to name that I really hope that we can get our act together here in Boulder and do a better job standing for what we know is justice, and helping also the Jewish community understand that Zionism does not speak for Jewish people, and that as Jews, we stand together with Black and brown folk, with trans people, with poor working class people around the world, and that's part of our tradition. And Jewish communities in Boulder can stand together with Palestine too. And I thank the council for their time this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thanks to everyone who came and spoke to us tonight. I'll turn to city staff to see if there are any responses to the open comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to quickly, I wanted to say, I know that we had a couple of speakers who spoke about the airport. Just wanted to raise that staff is preparing to come to council to have a much more robust conversation of that. I believe in the beginning of summer is when we're slated. So be prepared for that. We were likely going to come to council and speak to you individually in advance of that, but know that we are getting that on the agenda. And then I just wanted to clarify for those in community who'd been talking about why we are virtual today. We're actually virtual the entire month of March because our council chambers are getting retrofitted and a much needed audio visual upgrade. And we're currently under construction and our city chambers are not usable at the moment. We hope that that will end by the end of March. And we will keep council and community updated on that timeline in case it needs to extend, but we're hoping not. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Teresa, anything from you?
None from me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, does anybody have any responses, follow-up questions? Mark?
I just want to respond to one speaker who essentially accused members of this council, at least some of us, as being agents of AIPAC or agents of a foreign government. And that is simply a false accusation and highly inappropriate, even in the context of this sort of emotionally charged conversation. And it does not advance anyone's point of view to make unfounded charges about any member of this council. I mean, if I am an agent of a foreign government, I certainly am not being very well compensated for it. So I simply say that that's false, and it's a little bit insulting, and don't do that. This is a difficult enough issue as it is. Let's stick to facts. Thank you.
Okay. Oops, not seeing any other hands. We'll close the open comment period, and Alicia, if you could take us to our consent agenda, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Our consent agenda is item 3 on tonight's agenda, and it consists of items 3A through 3F.
Any questions or comments on the consent agenda? Or perhaps a motion?
All right, I will move passage of items 3A through 3F on tonight's consent agenda.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Alicia, could you do a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. We'll start the roll call tonight on the consent agenda items with Councilmember Wallach,
Aye.
Weiner,
Yes.
Adams,
Yes.
Mayor Brockett,
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts,
Yes.
Marquis,
Yes.
Shuhard,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Spear.
Yes.
Mayor, the consent agenda items A through F are hereby passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thanks very much. If we could do our call-up check-ins, please.
Yes, sir. Our call-up check-ins are item number 4 on tonight's agenda. 4A is the site review amendment, including a height modification request to allow for up to 7 feet 6 inches of additional height with a pitched roof, or alternatively, up to 4 feet of additional height with or without a pitched roof for each townhome building within the approved Shining Mountain Ward-off School development at 0 Violet Avenue. This is referenced under LUR 2023-00050.
Any questions or comments or desire to call this one up? I'm seeing some shaking heads and no raised hands, so it looks like no. So if we could do the next one, please.
You're muted.
You're muted.
And I'm just a talking. 4B is the consideration of a standard stream, wetland, and water body protection permit for the proposed renovation of the Chapman Avenue trailhead and construction of a pedestrian bridge over Boulder Creek, generally located at 38474 Boulder Canyon Drive in Boulder County. This is referenced under WET 2023-00020.
Are there comments or desire to call this one up? Mark.
Yeah, I would just ask staff if they could explain to me the nature of the opposition from a couple of members of planning board to this. I mean, it seemed to me to be sort of cut and dried, and I'd like to understand what their concerns were, as I was not at that meeting. And if anyone could illuminate that for me, I'd be appreciative.
Certainly, Councilmember Wallach. My name is Edward Stafford. I'm the Senior Manager of Engineering in Planning and Development Services. Excuse me, getting over a case of COVID and still choking. There were a couple of concerns that were raised by a couple of planning board members. One was whether or not the scope was appropriate and was necessary to be able to serve things such as trailers being hauled for horses, and whether or not, if that was eliminated, it would further minimize impacts to the protected boundary. There were also concerns on whether or not the scope was appropriate from a public expenditure standpoint, which, while not germane really to the wetland permit process, was raised in general in terms of a scoping discussion and whether or not those improvements really warranted the level of public investment.
Do we have a cost estimate for that bridge?
I do not. Jeff Haley is on and may be able to speak to that from the perspective of the project. It's not required on the permit. I don't have that. Looks like Jeff has joined us.
Yeah, thank you, Edward. Jeff Haley here. I'm the Deputy Director with our Open Space and Mountain Parks. I believe the cost estimate for the bridge itself is roughly $600,000 for the bridge component of the project.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Very good. Any other items, anything else to add on this topic from anyone? Seeing none, looks like no interest in calling this one up either. So Alicia, if we can do our public hearing, please.
Yes, sir. Our public hearings are item number 5 on tonight's agenda. 5A is the concept review proposal to redevelop the 448,668 square foot site at 2952 Baseline Road with a mixed-use development consisting of residential, commercial, hotel, and restaurant uses. The existing buildings on the site would be demolished and replaced with 6 new 4 to 5-story buildings containing retail, restaurant, and hotel uses, as well as approximately 610 new dwelling units and a mix of structured and underground parking. The unit type mix would include market rate units and student housing units. This is reviewed under case number LUR 2023-00038.
And I see Chandler ready to go, Mayor, so happy to go straight to him.
Take it away, Chandler.
All right, thank you. Can everyone see the presentation in presentation mode?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, council members. As Alicia just mentioned, this is a public hearing for concept review at 2952 Baseline Road.
And Chandler, if you just wouldn't mind introducing yourself for the record, please.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. I'm Chandler Van Skok, Principal Planner for the Planning and Development Services Department. I'm going to go relatively quickly through the beginning part of this because I gave this presentation during the call-up consideration. So just let me know if you want me to slow down on any of this beginning stuff. So presentation highlights, I'll go over the purpose of concept plan review, go over the public notification process and what we've heard so far, the planning context, project background, summary of the proposed project, and then key issues. So the concept plan purpose is to review and provide feedback on a general development plan. It's intended to give the applicant comments from the public, city staff, and planning board and city council early in the process. Just a reminder that no formal action on the application is required tonight, and no conditions or requirements can be made at this time. This is strictly just a preliminary plan and just feedback. So in terms of public notification, written notice was sent to property owners within 600 feet. Notice was also posted on the property. Staff has received numerous comments and questions from neighboring property owners and residents. Council has also been privy to a lot of these. Primary concerns of those opposed included traffic and safety, loss of the existing commercial space, particularly the dark horse, as well as scale and density. It's worth noting we've also gotten lots of comments in support of the proposed project. I haven't done an actual count or a percentage, but it seems to me to be just about half and half opposed versus in favor. In terms of the location, this is stuff you guys have seen before. It's about 9.5 acres. It encompasses the area east of Highway 36, south of Baseline Road, and west of 30th Street, and excludes the Baseline Crossing site as well as the McDonald's site, which are those little kind of notches taken out there. The Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan land use designation is split between community business and mixed use business. This is the land use map from the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan with the project site shown in yellow there. The zoning for the site is BC2 or Business Community 2 across the site. BC2 is defined as business areas containing retail centers serving a number of neighborhoods where retail type stores predominate. In terms of the surrounding context, to the east across 30th Street is the University of Colorado Williams Village Dormitory Complex, which contains the 12-story Darley and Stearns dormitory buildings and the 6-story Bear Creek apartment buildings. Across Baseline Road to the north are a variety of retail, service, and office uses, including a gas station, a beauty salon, a mortuary, and a medical office building. To the northeast of the intersection of Baseline and 30th is the Baseline subdivision, which is a primarily single-family neighborhood that has existed since the early 1960s. US 36 runs along the eastern boundary of the site, and across US 36 is the Martin Acres neighborhood. Aside from the CU buildings, all of the existing buildings surrounding the site are 1 to 3 stories. The site currently contains 5 1 to 3 story buildings containing a variety of retail and restaurant businesses, including a Sprouts Market, the Dark Horse Saloon, Cosmo's Pizza, a liquor store, a bank, and several other restaurants. There's a Conoco gas station on the northeast corner of the site off of Baseline Road. And on the south corner of the site is the Boulder Broker Inn, which is a legal non-conforming hotel use. Both the Dark Horse and the Broker Inn have been in this location since 1974. However, the property is not individually landmarked or located in a historic district at this time. In terms of Existing site access, not including the baseline crossing or McDonald's site. There are 9 existing access points to the site, with 4 curb cuts on baseline and 5 curb cuts along 30th Street. Of the 4 existing access points on baseline, only 1, which is located between baseline crossing and McDonald's, has full movement turn access, also known as just a 2-way turn, with the remainder being right in, right out only. Similarly, the existing access points on 30th Street are also right in, right out only, with the exception of the one access serving Cosmos Pizza building. With only a single drive aisle providing access to the westbound lanes on baseline, the current access configuration severely limits opportunities for westbound travel from the site, with U-turns on either 30th Street or at the signaled intersection of 30th and baseline being required for the majority of exits from the site going west. Much of the project site is affected by the regulatory floodplain of Skunk Creek, including the 100-year conveyance and high hazard zones. So for the proposed project, it's a mixed-use development consisting of 610 attached residential units. They're saying 285 of those units would be marketed to students and 325 would be non-student units. About 600 or roughly 70,000 square feet of ground floor commercial, as well as a 76,000 square foot hotel use, which is currently prohibited under the existing zoning, and then a 7,796 square foot restaurant space as well. So as you can see here, it's the development is proposed as 6 4- to 5-story buildings ranging from 43,000 square feet to over 250,000 square feet in size. The net floor area ratio on the site as proposed is 1.9, which is within the maximum allowable FAR of 2.0 for the BC2 zone. The applicant's proposing a new L-shaped right-of-way to break down the existing superblock, and is showing a mix of at-grade parks, plazas, landscape setbacks, and rooftop decks. This is a diagram just showing the breakdown of the uses. The yellow shown here is residential. The blue is commercial. The kind of army green is student housing. The hotel is pale orange, and restaurant, which you can't really see in this picture, well, I guess you can see it on the right, is pink. These are some reference images, or sorry, architectural renderings that the applicant provided just to show a general idea of the architectural intent. Full architectural designs are not required at concept plan. So these renderings are intended just to show the general idea. The applicant also provided several reference images here to show just the style that they're hoping to pursue. Summary of required modifications, and just to clarify, when I say required, this just means that these are the code modifications that would be required in order for the project to be constructed as currently shown. So this would require a parking reduction, an undetermined percent, a height modification to allow for 55-foot buildings where 35 feet is the maximum by right height in the zone, modification to the maximum number of stories to allow for 4- and 5-story buildings where 3 is the maximum permitted in BC2. A modification to access standards to allow for more than 1 access point per property. Community benefit regulations would apply if a height modification were requested. These basically state that for bonus floor area, aka any floor area above the 3rd story, would have to provide additional inclusionary housing for that floor area. So the 4th and 5th stories would have to provide an additional 44% above the standard inclusionary housing fees. So this went to planning board for a public hearing on January 16th, 2024. At the hearing, approximately 40 residents spoke. Many expressed concerns over the potential loss of the dark horse. The board was generally split on the extent to which the project was consistent with Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan goals, objectives, and recommendations, particularly in terms of the guiding principles for neighborhood centers. You do not have to read all of this. I will just briefly go over it and summarize. Key board feedback included reducing the overall mass and scale, improving permeability, making the street design more pedestrian friendly, removing ground level residential uses along baseline and increasing the amount of ground level commercial space, improve the design and usability of the open space, consolidating site access points or reducing the number of access points overall, providing much more information on the analysis of anticipated traffic patterns on baseline, improving multimodal connections to the site, moving the parking structure to the west side of the site along baseline to create a noise buffer for residents, and determination by historic preservation staff on whether historic landmark designation will be required for the Dark Horse and or Broker Inn as a condition of site review approval, and then keeping and minimizing disruption to existing businesses during construction to the extent possible. So for key issues for discussion tonight, and we can come back to these if the council would like, these are the same key issues that were presented to planning board. Number one is whether the proposed concept plan is generally compatible with the goals, objectives, and recommendations of the BVCP. Number two, does council have feedback for the applicant on the conceptual site plan and building design? Number three is whether the proposed building height of 55 feet is in general proportion to the height of existing buildings in the area, and the proposed or projected heights of buildings in the area. And then number four can just be kind of an open key issue or any other issues that are raised by council. I will briefly just skip through these slides. This is key issue number one. I have some considerations that we can go back to during the discussion if need be. This is the neighborhood center's guiding principles as taken from the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. This is BC2 conditional use standards, which require a use review for ground floor residential area that exceeds 10% of the total floor area, which is the case here. So it's worth noting that in the use review process, they would have to demonstrate that the use on the ground floor will not adversely affect the intended function and character of the area as a neighborhood serving business area where retail type stores predominate. In determining whether this criterion is met, the reviewing authority shall consider the location and design of the proposed use and the existing and approved uses on the lot or parcel in the area. So for key issue number two, this one's fairly open. This is just the feedback portion. Key takeaways from this discussion will be whether there are any specific building or site design considerations that the applicant should take into account to improve or enhance the project's consistency with the site review criteria and compatibility with the surrounding area. Design and operating characteristics of the proposed open space, ground level building design along rights of way, and any concerns related to proposed access and circulation. But of course, council is welcome to provide any other feedback that they want. Key issue number three is just regarding building height and whether council feels that the proposed building heights are appropriate and generally proportionate to the existing buildings in the surrounding area. I have a height map here that I can bring up during that part of the discussion. Key issue number four, as mentioned, is open. And then just in terms of next steps, so this is a public hearing, the intent of which is for council and the public to provide additional feedback on the concept plan. There was some discussion during the call of consideration about council voting to refer the project to DAB and TAB. If council votes to refer the project to DAB and TAB, specific questions or key issues should be provided to guide the board discussions. The applicant will then either proceed with submitting development review applications or may submit a second concept review application voluntarily. A site review application, once it does come in, will require a decision by planning board, which will again be subject to call up by city council. Now I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks for that, Chandler. And so let's have staff questions, and then after that, we'll go to the presentation by the applicant. Questions for staff? Let's see, I got Mark and then Lauren.
Really just one question at the moment. Refresh my recollection. I thought we had agreed to DAB and TAB on February 22nd. Is that not the case?
No, council determined that they would like to make that vote at the hearing so that there was additional time to kind of discuss the project and really get into the details.
That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Lauren?
Thank you. Can you remind me for the current zoning, what floor area would be exempt from being considered in the FAR? You were saying that it's an FAR of 1.9, but is that total, does that count all square footage, or are there areas like parking garages sometimes that don't count?
There are areas that don't count. I mean, in general, like uninhabitable space, space that's used solely to house mechanical equipment, certain portions of stairwells. In BC2, I do not believe that parking garages are exempt from floor area, but I will actually have to double check on that right now and make sure that I'm responding correctly to that.
Okay. So it would be that 1.9 FAR that we're seeing is really going to count the vast majority of floor area currently proposed.
Yes, I believe so. And I'm going to check
all building square footage currently proposed.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's my only question at the moment.
Thanks, Lauren. Nicole?
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation again, all these reminders. My question, I'm realizing I probably should have sent it in advance. I was just wondering about checking in with the DRCOG mitigation action plan strategies. There are some key things there that we as a city are going to need to be hitting in order to continue getting transportation funding if the region isn't meeting its greenhouse gas reduction goals. And I was just wondering if you have any ideas about that, again, because I didn't send it in advance. I'm not expecting that you're going to remember all those off the top of your head, but it's there are some specific residential density standards and developing around some transit oriented developments and things like that. It's okay if you don't have an answer right now.
I mean, generally we don't consider things like that during the site review process. We just use the site review criteria in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan policies. So to the extent that those may eventually be incorporated into the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan recommendations, we would use them at that time. Awesome. Also, just to go back to Councilmember Folkert's question, I misspoke. So area that is used exclusively for parking that is located entirely within the structure is not counted towards FAR in BC2.
Thank you for checking that.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't mind me asking a follow-up question, do you have a sense, Chandler, of how many square feet qualify for that in the project as proposed?
So I know that I think the applicant would probably be best able to answer that question, but I know in the very large building on 30th Street where the majority of the parking is located, it's kind of the building is kind of donut shaped around a central parking structure. So in that case, I would, about a quarter of the building.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. Any other questions for Chandler? Seeing none, if we can go to the applicant presentation, please.
Bill Hollicky with Coburn. I think I need you to help me elevate Andy Bush, who is my co-presenter, to the panel so that he can talk.
Andy deserves a promotion.
I'm not sure he deserves a promotion, but he's going to get one apparently.
To presenter is all I need.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, I think we've got Andy. And so I apologize for not knowing, but on current procedure, am I sharing the presentation or is that coming from the council clerk? Either one works.
I believe your preference.
Okay, we're happy to share. I'll do that now.
And we are on standby, sir.
Okay. So I think we are ready to go. Andy, can you hear us? Are you all good to go?
I can, and can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, after you, Andy.
Great. I'm going to try to be fairly brief. Thank you for allowing us to present and to spend some time with you tonight. I do appreciate it. My name is Andy Bush, and I'm a founder of Morgan Creek Ventures, and we started that here in Boulder about 23 years ago to focus on sustainable development. And while we do it in different areas around the country, our primary focus has been here in town. And tonight I'd like to talk about two things. Or I'd like to talk about the dark horse and Sprouts and kind of the existing retail, and I'd like to talk a little bit about sustainability. And I think, I'll spend most of the time. We can do a lot during Q&A if that's desirable, but I'd like to talk primarily about the dark horse because I know that's been a topic of discussion, both at our planning board hearing and kind of out in the media and neighborhood discussion. And one of the things I'd like to say is really start with is I think a lot of people don't understand that the ownership of the dark horse and the Williams family have actually been working together for 40 years. And the dark horse has been, a strong, thriving business during that same period. And we'd like both the dark horse as well as Sprouts and as well as some of the smaller businesses to be part of this neighborhood center for many decades to come. So we've actually been working together for quite a while, and the family and the dark horse have been working together, as I said, for 40 years. And what we've committed to doing together is to have the dark horse stay in the current location until redevelopment occurs, which is probably about 2 years when you think about the process and what it would take to facilitate and work together to create a transitionary location, and ultimately to provide a new location on the property for the dark horse so it can continue to thrive and survive for the next 20 to 40 years. And we can talk more about that during the Q&A side, but I think the goal is to have the dark horse. We've also talked with Sprouts about a new location for Sprouts, which would be on the corner where the gas station is. And the goal would be to support other retail to transition. It's a chess game, as Bill will talk about a little bit. It's sometimes easier said than done, but I think it's something that we can accomplish, and we can talk more about it in the Q&A. I'd like to also talk a little bit about sustainability. Some of you know me, some of you don't. Over the past 7 years, we have developed, I guess when we finish the ones that we're building right now in Boulder Junction, it'll be a dozen all-electric buildings here in town. We developed the first one 6 or 7 years ago. And while our firm is fairly low key, I'm pretty proud of building a portfolio of over 400,000 square feet of mostly residential, highly sustainable buildings here in town. They're all electric. We produce about 40% of our own power. There's a lot of interesting things as we deal with trying to recover heat and do all kinds of things that I find interesting. A lot of other people don't. And we've also executed the city's first affordable retail commercial covenant for 10,000 square feet of affordable commercial space at Boulder Junction. And I'm proud to say that today we signed our first lease for a woman-owned business restaurant at Boulder Junction, and it's been signed and it'll be coming before the city for review tomorrow. And the last thing that I'd say is we've committed to these efforts as part of our development agreements. I know there's some question or skepticism about, will you really do these things? And I believe Aaron was on planning board when our first building came through the process. I think it was 2016 when we committed in Boulder Junction that we would build all electric buildings that were highly sustainable. But I think the thing that was unique was I said at the first meeting, we'll put it in the development agreement. And we did, and it was part of the requirement. And we did the same thing with the affordable retail commitment. So we commit in writing and we ultimately do what we say. And you have the tools to do that as part of the process. So we're excited to be part of this team. We're excited to, Bill will talk a little bit about the changes we've already started making. And obviously there'll be a lot of changes as this develops over the next 6 to 8 months before it comes back to the city in a formal site review application. So thank you for having us tonight. I'd be glad to answer anything after Bill's presentation when we go into the Q&A side.
Thanks. I'm Bill Holicki with Coburn Architecture. I love the concept plan process. This is great because this is the time when we actually get to have a conversation and get feedback. And so far, the feedback that we've gotten from staff in our initial application and then the community through the process and then planning board, and Chandler put some of those comments from planning board up on the screen. The project is getting better, and I look forward to your thoughts tonight. This is not a final presentation. This is a discussion. So that's what we're intending to do here. The site, as it is right now, is a almost 10-acre parking lot. It's 90% covered with impervious surface buildings or roads, and it's 4 years old. It's fallen apart. Despite all of that, it's got an enormous amount of civilian foot traffic on it because all these CU students walk through it every day. That's really unusual, right? So we've got thousands of 18 and 19-year-olds who are required to live in the Williams Towers because they're freshmen and they have to get to CU. So despite the fact that they're walking between an elevated 5-lane highway and loading docks in a parking lot, they're still populating the site. And despite the fact that it was built for cars and it's a break in our urban fabric, there's still people there. So there's this energy that can be harnessed and create something really cool with it and fix some of these safety concerns and support our young people. So that's what we're trying to do here. And what we're doing is looking at the code and the requirements to figure out what can this be. So the central tenets of what this project is proposing to accomplish are it wants to fulfill that status as a neighborhood center. We'll talk more about it. It's going to create 500 or 600 units. About half of that is students, and pull those students that would live there out of the surrounding neighborhoods that are putting pressure on places like the Hill, and put them in a place that's created for students. And then there's another half, 200 or 300 units that are for market rate people that are just for regular Boulder citizens. So it creates that intergenerational connectivity. It's highly sustainable, and it's getting more sustainable as we figure out what the buildings are going to be, as Andy described. But all electric is reducing the vehicle's miles traveled. We're designing the footprints to be thin so they're energy efficient. We have all these things we've learned from the net zero projects we've done together in Boulder in the past, and we're applying them here, and a very considerable amount of commercial space. But when we design a project, we don't start with the buildings, we start with the streets. And so the renderings that Chandler showed are really designed to figure out what the public spaces will look like. The buildings are conceptual at best at this point, but the streets are not. They're real sidewalk widths, real tree lawn widths as required, parallel parking, travel lanes, all that's real. So we're starting to understand what it would be like to be in the streets. And the reason that's important is because that's the space the community gets to inhabit. It's the most important part of the project is the community space to Boulder as a whole. And so the site is so big, it's kind of amazing to imagine that we get real streets and sidewalks and everything here, but we do. So we have put a lot of time into understanding what that public space would be. The way we make this a place for people instead of for cars is first we have to break down the super block, and Chandler mentioned that. The big blue arrow is the new L-shaped public street. And there was some confusion when we submitted it originally to staff. Staff wrote the memo about how many access points we had, assuming that these were all private streets. Since this is a public street, it would change those access points, and we're not asking for special dispensation. We would work with staff to make sure that the access points onto the new public road are what staff envisions to work with the DCS. So we're not asking for changes to the standards there. Once we have that super block broken down, we can bring this buildings into the roads and create these outdoor rooms and these outdoor spaces that the community gets to inhabit as a neighborhood. And so one of the things we heard, as Chandler mentioned, throughout the process is that this is going to be really crucial to the understanding of this as a neighborhood center. And so we've really worked on this, and there's all these different kinds of open spaces here. Now it's important to point out that the code requirement for open space on the site is 20%. Right now, we're almost double that. We're at about 38%. So to give you a scale, the requirement's about 75,000 square feet, and we're right now at about 3.5 acres worth of open space, about 140, 150,000 square feet. There's a half-acre community park. There's a pop-up place for a farmer's market. There's elevated open space for the residents of the building as required in the new site review criteria. There are tree lawns, there are private, gardens for the buildings and open space for the buildings. So there's real continuum of open space here to transform what is currently asphalt into something much greener. That includes like 115 or so new street trees, plus all the trees that would be in the public areas. The thing that we need to do in order to not erode that is we don't want parking lots. So the proposal is to put all the parking either under the student building in one case, and in the other case, inside this building on the corner. Now, planning board did have a good suggestion. They said, hey, look at parking against the highway. And we did that. But the reason we really think it's better here is multifold. But one of the main ones is this. If the parking is entirely contained inside this building, it can be designed, and we've already done this in Boulder for a building that is built, it can be designed to be structurally independent. And in hopefully a nearer term future, when we don't need car storage because we have self-driving cars or other ways to move around the city, that parking can be plucked out of there and can be replaced with units and open space. So it's a temporary solution. to a problem that hopefully gets solved in a different way soon. And we can talk more about the parking location. But it ends up with this site plan. So you can see that when you really break down the scale of the project, you realize just how much possibility there is here on this site. And right now, the students are traveling along this diagonal bike path along the highway. If they choose to continue to get to class because they're late or they want to go faster and they're on a bike, they can still do that. But it's a much different experience now because they have green space and trees and they have residential units looking down on it. So it completely changes the safety perception of that space. But the hardest thing to do when you're designing communities and neighborhoods is to get people on the sidewalks. That's like the biggest thing we stress about, right? So we already have that. All these students are walking through the site, through the parking lot right now. So we have this secondary path that sort of jogs through the site. It's intended to be a more meandering path, and it's when you're walking back from class with your friends or maybe at night and you want to be in a more public space. That walks between on the street that's between the commercial spaces, helping to charge that commercial area. And it also walks past the student housing section. So it really ties everything together. But most importantly, it creates safety for the students and energy for the project, which is really a cool situation that doesn't happen in many spots in the community. The vehicle miles traveled here, there's a major impact because remember, since these are 600 new units in Boulder, give or take, these are 600 people that currently are living outside of Boulder. And that means I think the average commute from the last transportation survey was 12 miles each way for the 60,000 people to come into Boulder every day. Now, if they choose to commute by car from this site, would be probably an average of like 1 or 2. That's a massive reduction. If you just assume that 300 households are going to drive 10 miles less each way a day for 200 days a year, that's almost 1 million vehicle miles traveled off the road a year. Additionally, those people that are currently living in Brighton, Superior, and Lafayette, and Louisville, and places like that, they have to drive. But if they live here, they can now get on a bus, get on a bike, take advantage of all the improvements we've made on baseline, or walk. And remember, the largest employer in Boulder is right through the pedestrian tunnel at CU. So putting people close to where they live will dramatically impact our carbon emissions from transportation. We want to talk about the neighborhood center. That's become a big topic of conversation. Totally understand that. The comp plan map for neighborhood centers is on the left. There are 2 kinds of centers in the comp plan. There's the regional centers. That's the 1, 2, and 3, the big light blue bubbles. Those are 28th and Canyon, CU, and downtown. Those are the most intense places in our community. Neighborhood centers are 1 step down, and they're the dark blue dots. We're number 10 right here. The 3 most recently approved neighborhood centers in Boulder are 7, 15, and 13. You'll talk about one of those later today. 13 is 55th and Arapahoe. That is currently approved by council in the area plan to be a 3.0 FAR. For those of you who may not have encountered FAR before, that's floor area ratio. That's how many square feet of building there is versus how many square feet of land area there is. So the 3.0 is fairly intense. Boulder Junction is currently built out at a 2.1 FAR. Diagonal Plaza, which this council approved through ordinance about 1.5 years or 2 years ago, is currently built out at a 1, or is currently approved for permit to be built at a 1.8 FAR. This proposal is proposing 1.7 for a gross FAR and 1.9 for a net FAR. So it is lower than the 3 most recently approved neighborhood centers in Boulder. Additionally, it's lower than the 2.0 FAR that this council approved a couple of months ago when they approved the zoning for affordable housing. Specifically, the areas in pink are BC zoned neighborhood centers that council said should be below a 2.0 FAR. Again, we're at 1.7 and 1.9, depending on how you look at it. The reason, this is not a mistake that council is making. It's critically important because what we found is that strip malls, which was originally what was contemplated in the comp plan, don't work as neighborhood centers. You can look at Basemar for an example of that and see how businesses are struggling to stay in business. You need people. So it's critically important to put residential there. So we have more commercial than any of those other 3 most recently approved neighborhood centers. And here's what that looks like. So this has been increased. Planning board, we had about 65,000 square feet of commercial, which is like $5 grand more than what's now. Now we're up to 100,000 square feet of commercial. So I'd really like council's feedback on whether that's too much, because at some point it's too much to support. We think it's mostly consumables like restaurants, and it's all of this blue could be restaurant, by the way. I'll explain that in a second.
and or services like barbershop, salons, that kind of thing. The reason that the pink is shown as a restaurant in Building D is because that's the assumed future home for the Dark Horse. So we've created this community park of a half an acre with the Dark Horse opening onto it, the student housing common space opening onto it, so it becomes multi-generational. That's a special place. Also a special place is this area up here. That's where that floodplain comes through. We shouldn't build there, but we can make it a flex parking lot that can be used for pop-ups like farmers markets, because this area in the corner is the assumed home for Sprouts. So that's a really nice farmers market, grocery store kind of combination. We've been working on this. So this is a rendering of that community space in the center, that heart, half acre park. The Dark Horse's new building right here. So instead of the Dark Horse behind brick walls in a parking lot, it now gets space open to the park, outdoor tables. We've got the students here on the bottom left of the page looking out from their common space. We've got the commercial, all the streets coming into it. So this becomes the heart of the community. And it's really a cool, I mean, I can't even imagine this on game days, how cool this would be. So we've really been working on augmenting and figuring out and designing that public space. So just to finish up, Chandler touched on a lot of the changes we've been working on since Planning Board. We heard a lot of things from Planning Board. Most of them have already been discussed. The building massing right now is like literally Lego blocks because we're worried about the public spaces, but we have definitely heard the 5th floor is going to erode as we start to design real architecture. And then to finish up, just to reiterate, because it's been such a big topic of conversation, and we want to make sure everybody understands that the owner of the Dark Horse and the owner of Williams Village, the property and the building are aligned. They would stay in business until the development starts. They'd work together to find a home for the interim, and then they get to move into that purposefully designed space for them right on a public park if they want it. So there's a really cool future for the Dark Horse in this scenario. So I will stop there. Hopefully I went fast enough, and really look forward to the discussion and questions.
All right, thank you, Bill. Questions for the applicant? Mark, first to the buzzer, then Tina.
Well, thank you for the presentation. I have a few questions. One, I saw the market rate housing was described as workforce housing. Is that how you would characterize it? And if so, what is the definition of workforce housing?
Yeah, Mark, you're pointing right to a deficiency in our code. So the comp plan and the code reference workforce housing, but it's nowhere defined in the code. So it's this term that the code encourages us to use without a definition. So that's challenging. The project, in terms of how it would be designed, the intent is that it would be the same as new housing in Longmont or Denver or Superior or anywhere else. The rent would be determined by supply and demand. And as we know, you build a new project in Boulder, you build a new project in Superior, the rent's different. So it's the market that's driving that. And I don't have, I'm the architect, I don't know what that number would be, but it's really dependent on the supply and demand at the time that it goes into place.
Well, there are obviously projections that any owner or developer will formulate to determine the viability of its project. And so a little, I just accept that you tell me that there is no such projection or proposed rent. You're gonna have to go to your lender for that unless you're gonna self-fund a $150 to $200 million project.
Let me go to the developer, Andy, because I do think Andy is more qualified to speak on that than I. So Andy, can you chime in to help Mark with this question?
What I would say is you're going to see a mix of housing that's going to be very similar to what we're seeing over at Diagonal Plaza and what we've seen at Boulder Junction. And that's really all over the map. I mean, we have in Boulder Junction, we have students living there. We have people who work in the neighborhood living there. We've got people who commute to Denver, unfortunately, or fortunately living there. it is a broad mix and it responds to the market. So and I think it will also depend on the mix of units that we develop. At Boulder Junction, we don't have any efficiency units as part of our portfolio. We've got 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom units. And I would say, our mix is probably a little bit over a third 1-bedroom, a little bit over a third 2-bedroom, and a little bit under a third 3-bedrooms.
And just as an example, what do you anticipate charging for a 1-bedroom? It's not sufficient to say the market will determine. You will determine. The market may modify your determination, but at least at the outset, the developer is going to set the rates. And I'm asking you.
I would say look at the rates for Boulder Junction and what we have there, and they range from probably $1,500 or $1,600 up from there. And we have some, I've got some beautiful units on a 4th floor that look over the Flatirons that rent for over $3,000 a unit. So it's a real mix.
And Mark, I would just apologize that we don't have that readily available since it's not part of the site review criteria. It's not something we typically prepare for these.
Well, I guess then let me ask, is that something that in the fullness of time you can provide to us?
I'd say it's something that we won't even have a sense of the mix until we come in for site review 6 or 8 months from now. But I'd say you could expect it to be quite similar to the units at Boulder Junction.
I'm trying to determine whether any of this housing is actually going to be affordable and attainable by incoming commuters with families, at a price point that is not outrageous. And you have that information. I do not, and I'm asking you, even if it's not a condition of approval, I would appreciate.
Yeah, I would think that honestly, the honest truth is we probably wouldn't be comfortable with a condition of approval on rental rates as part of it. But we have built 400,000 square feet in Boulder Junction that's appealing to the market and supported by the market as part of it, the same way that I think most of these neighborhood centers will be building out. And the honest truth is, we'll determine whether we're going to do affordable on-site or affordable off-site, but the contribution based on kind of our initial numbers, if we did off-site, is probably about $30 million to the city for affordable housing. And the way I look at it, and everybody looks at it a little different, and we haven't made a final determination, but the way I look at it is we'd have 500 or 600 units of market rate housing plus $30 million, which might create, let's say, another 150, 200 units, so maybe 700 or 800 units, or we'd have 500 or 600 units, of which a quarter were affordable on-site. So my general inclination is probably to look at the cash in lieu and creating more units, both affordable and market rate. But again, it's not something that we determine at concept review.
Let me ask you one last question and then turn it over to my colleagues who are eagerly awaiting their turn.
Sure.
How do you define student housing? And my issue there is, are we looking at putting 4 people in a $3,000 a month 1-bedroom, or 4 people at $1,500 a bed in that same unit for $6,000?
Most student housing that's been developed in Boulder is on a per bed basis. And so I think if you look at the housing that's been developed in that area, which, it's a perfect place to be close to the university and walk and not drive. And it actually frees up housing, as you know, in the surrounding neighborhoods. But most of it is done not trying to put lots of people in 1 bedroom, but they're individual bedrooms. I've got 2 kids in college and one who just graduated, so I know a lot about at least what student housing costs, and it's not cheap. But usually it's done on a per bed basis.
No, I understand that. I'm just asking whether this is going to be attainable by students who are incapable of affording $1,500 a bed, or if that's the market that you're going to cater to.
I would be honest and say that I think that most new student housing that's developed in Boulder, like most new housing, whether it's apartments or any other kind of housing, tends to be more expensive than the housing that's been around for a long time. That's probably of, lower quality or just, let's say, older. So I think that's the honest answer.
All right, all right. I'm gonna defer now until comment time, and thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Tina, and then Nicole, and then Lauren.
Okay, thank you for all of that. And Mark, thank you for asking the student housing question because I had a similar question. I had, and I'm also interested in just understanding, what's decided to do with on-site versus cash in lieu. And just curious about how different types of people can afford this area if possible, because it does look really great. The one question I have is, I've been watching the bill that's going through at the Colorado State, and this is really curiosity, that might remove parking minimums. And I'm wondering how that would affect this development, even if it's just theoretically, would you reduce parking? And is that something, because I don't see I see the full one-on-one parking is baked into this plan, and I'm just curious how that might impact you in general or with this project.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal question. So Andy and Morgan Creek have created buildings in Boulder at Boulder Junction that have the lowest parking ratio that I know of in Boulder. They have the least parking per residential unit and per commercial square foot than any modern project in Boulder. That requires an enormous dedication to getting people to move around in different ways. So like the one project that they did in Boulder Commons that we designed has a fleet of bicycles that they maintain to get people to move around on. There is a reality, like a basement reality, that people don't want to live with less than a certain amount of parking, right? It hasn't kind of migrated that far. So that's why we've designed the project to kind of change over time. Right now, we would do, if that went through, or if you said, we'll support kind of any parking reduction you guys want, we would drop the parking down to the lowest level that we think the market could reasonably bear. And for the student housing, that's really parking storage, because kids come to school with a car and then they need to leave it there until they leave, right? So it's not like it doesn't have to be easily accessible. Hence the underground parking, you can do tandem spaces, you can do other things to reduce the amount of space dedicated to the cars. For the market rate housing, it's like, right now it's around 1 car per unit. But we think that changes over the next 10 years. I mean, at least I'm hopeful it changes over the next 10 years, because with driverless cars, we can put car storage wherever it makes sense. It doesn't have to be on a site-by-site basis. So that's why it's going to be designed, like we did the other project in Boulder, for the whole parking garage to come out, just go away. And then we can take advantage of that. Now, unfortunately, that is carbon, right? We're putting that carbon into those parking decks and building them for 10 or 20 years. But when the community catches up to being okay without a car, that parking garage can come out and we can house people, or we can house businesses, or we can put open space in there. So it's a fascinating question. I think that we've seen a willingness on the part of Boulder Planning Board and Council to give us parking reductions that actually are getting around the level that the market can deal with. So it's unlikely. You go ahead.
I'd add briefly that. I mean, everything that we've done in Boulder Junction is under 1-to-1 on the residential side. And for example, on the commercial side, on the office side, where normally they park 4 per 1,000, we parked 0.5 per, or 2.5 per 1,000 in an urban setting. We parked 0.5 per 1,000, and people thought we were crazy. And what we did was actually start working with employers on alt mode strategies, and the employers, we have Rocky Mountain Institute, it's been a tenant of mine for 20 years. We created car pass strategies and different bus strategies as part of it. And I should give Sue Pratt and Community Bikes credit for the bike fleet we created. It was really Sue's idea. I was just a partner in it, and they maintain all of them. So we've gotten pretty creative in terms of alt mode strategies that allow us to, what other people would consider under parking, what I consider, ideal parking.
And just a follow-up question then, in your other projects, are you finding that all the spots are being used, or that there's still excess empty spots?
We're just building out. So I would say we still have excess spaces, but we're just coming to capacity. And that's a really interesting question that we're going to ask over the next year. We're bringing in the same parking group that the city's using for the city garages, but giving them a different mission, which is to help us reduce parking demand instead of just accommodate kind of the ticketless strategy. So I think there's a lot to come in parking to reduce it, that we have a lot of opportunity there.
Okay, and then my other question is, when I was reading through the packet, there was reference to rooftop open space
Yeah.
as part of the project. I'm wondering, is the rooftop open space part of the total open space number?
So that's a little bit confusing in Boulder. You have an open space requirement. So in this case, the open space requirement is 75,000 square feet. We're allowed to count upper level open space up to 25% of that number. So in terms of satisfying the city requirement, doing that math in my head, it's something like 17,000 square feet can be of that rooftop open space can count towards the requirement. But the rest of it is still functional. So I don't know the number off the top of my head, but I'm going to assume we have about an acre of open space that's not on the ground level. So about 40,000 square feet.
Okay, so the total open space number is definitely not a significantly rooftop open space.
No, it's majority on the ground floor.
Okay. Okay, great. All right. The other piece is, I'm not sure if this will come when the final site application is, but I'd be interested in seeing the traffic generated by area. So whether it's from the hotel, from the retail, or from the housing development. And then I had one other question, which is the student building is not next to the Williams Towers. And I was just curious why the students weren't sort of sited next to each other, or if that was intentional.
Yeah, I can flip back to that. It is semi-intentional, or maybe more than semi. So, again, okay, so I have my daughter is a sophomore at University of Utah, and the walk is a barrier to get into classes. So we felt like putting the students as close to classes as possible was a good idea. The other thing that we really like is the idea that there's these very active student bodies on either side of the commercial core. It feels like it charges that from both directions. So it felt like a nice intergenerational moment, as well as getting the students as close to class as we could.
Okay, thanks. I'm all set.
Nicole, then Lauren, then Tara. Then I got one.
Thank you. And I just have a quick clarification. I just want to make sure I'm understanding something that you said correctly. And thanks again for this presentation. So the reason for not having more commercial space on the ground floor in more of the buildings is because you're worried that may create more commercial space than would be supported by the students and residents in the area. Just want to make sure that I'm getting that correctly, that there basically wouldn't be enough service users to support more service-oriented commercial space than you have planned, or at least those are your thoughts for right now.
Yeah, I would say it's a fine line, and I think that's the brief summary. I think you did it really well. I would say at Boulder Junction, we didn't provide enough commercial, and I wish we had provided more. And we probably have about 45,000 square feet in all of Boulder Junction. I wish we had closer to 100. And I think that you can also get to a point, as Bill said, that there's just too much and we can't support it. What we were trying to do is make sure that we just had great commercial streets as well as kind of some nodes of commercial on baseline. And I think it's our sense at the moment that this is a good mix, but it's probably double what we did in Boulder Junction. And I wish we'd done more there. And as part of the original plan.
Thank you.
Lauren, then Tara, then Ryan.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for this presentation. And, the RMI building that you guys did is really great. Related to this project, I think I wanted to kind of start with I've been thinking about this really sort of as a campus, I think probably just because it's all being presented to us at once, but I wanted to clarify, is there an intention for these buildings to all really look like they are kind of a campus together, or are you thinking more that like each one of these has a fairly distinct personality? Clearly, you haven't figured out exactly what those are yet at this stage, but I'm just kind of wondering conceptually how you're thinking about that.
Yeah, I know that we haven't designed them yet, but I do feel strongly about that. We want to avoid the Williams Towers sort of scenario. We don't want it to feel like a campus. This should feel like a neighborhood, and a neighborhood has a lot of different styles in it. So I would suggest that the student building is going to feel different than, the Sprouts building, which is going to feel different than Building F right on Baseline. We actually have this idea that we're kicking around where we'll have outside architects come in and we'll have crews within our own office that are very separate designing the buildings. And then we'll, of course, put them together to make sure they work together and things. But we want there to be eclecticism and differentiation across the site so it doesn't feel like one thing. It's big enough that it should feel like a neighborhood that's been aggregated, not one that's been designed in one fell swoop. Unless you disagree and want to convince me.
No, I think that helps me understand the plan a little bit more because really these buildings do look very different, sort of in how they're represented. And I think I was getting thrown off a little bit by that. But I think, let's see, I'm also wondering, I know that our code really suggests that these buildings get developed kind of together. You can't, if you own the adjacent parcels, everything has to go through the review together. But is there an idea sort of in the development that there might be a phased approach to actually building these buildings? One of the things that I often see is that, as you build a building, you learn something, right? And so having all of these all pop up at once, to some extent, I think you miss the opportunity to evolve the design as they're built.
Yeah. It will be built in increments, but the first kind of components will come together, which sounds like I'm skirting the question, but over at Boulder Junction, Bill and I will complete our 12th building together here this fall. And the first one, I think Aaron was on planning board for in 2016. So these things take time and we're getting better every time. As I like to joke in sustainability, I think we've made every decent mistake you can make in sustainability. So each one of our buildings gets better over time. So this will take everything we've learned from a dozen buildings, and then it will come in some sense of increments over time that we'll figure out between now and when we submit the site review.
And there may even be a portion of this when we bring in a site review, we may have a portion of this that is sort of ghosted in and would require a second site review for that approval. Like if we want to do this part of the project in the first site review, there may actually be a second site review. So that speaks directly to kind of learning over time.
Mm-hmm. Great, I'll keep that in mind for my comments later. And then speaking to the sustainability goals, you talked about kind of all electric, net zero. What about sort of embodied carbon targets? Do you have a sense of, are there a set of targets you're looking at or standards that you would be willing to commit to on that side?
You're speaking our language. So as Andy mentioned, so he and I have learned quite a bit in designing the net zero buildings that we have already designed. And so just briefly, some of those things we don't really talk about them, but they're embodied in this plan. Things like making sure that the windows or the buildings are narrow so that no window is greater than like 35 or 40, no part of a building is greater than 35 or 40 feet away from a window. That really drops the energy use because people tend not to turn on lights. Taking the stair cores that are in the middle of buildings and dark and pushing them to the outside and putting windows on them so people are encouraged to take stairs instead of elevators, good for sustainability, good for health. So we have all of these moves that are just in the way we site plan. We have been talking about carbon as the next thing, and we actually have some relationships like Andy mentioned with RMI and other people where we're going to try to take a stab at, okay, so now we know how to design a very, very low energy use building. How do we look at the carbon use of that building, both in terms of the construction of it and in terms of the use of carbon over time? So we're developing it. I can't tell you exactly what we'll do, but this is exactly what we've been talking about is like sustainability 2.0. That's our next focus.
Yeah, and we're in the middle of a research project that will complete in June. So around when we're starting to submit, and what we're really trying to do there is even look at carbon in a slightly different way. We're trying to actually look at how do we reduce the material and labor input to these types of buildings by 5 to 7%. And one of the things that we found is the result of that, based on some early embodied energy calculations, is we potentially reduce embodied energy by 12 to 14%. So it's pretty interesting where we can go with some of this.
Nice. Thank you for that. That's it for my questions.
Very good. Chair Ryan.
Hey there. A few things. First of all, when it comes to leaving the current shopping center, you have to make a right, then you have to make a U-turn. I can't remember, are you planning to change that, or is that going to stay like it is?
I don't know that we know yet. We'd work with staff, and that would be great feedback to get from the council. Right now, I think the current plan, so this L-shaped street, I think the idea would be you would come out the 30th, go north, and turn left at the light. But the transportation department knows a lot more about how their streets work than I do. I'm an architect, so I think we defer pretty heavily to what city transportation staff thinks would be the best traffic flow pattern.
Okay.
And
the next,
we've learned a lot at Boulder Junction, and that when you think of Boulder Junction, it's served kind of like this by one full service intersection just past Pearl to the east. And then there is a kind of right in, right out over by the project that we're kind of half of and BHP's the other half. So this is a reasonable scale to serve with substantially at least reduced access points based on what we've learned at Boulder Junction, because it's about the same size.
okay. The next question is, we've gotten a lot of community letters, and so this next question is about that. From what I've heard that you've said, and I just want to confirm if that's true or not, that within the development agreement, there's going to be something about the dark horse. Is that true? That it's going to stay for sure? I think community members are very worried that whatever is said is not going to happen by the end. So I'm very interested what's going to be in the development agreement.
I think we're open to putting that in a development agreement. There's an MOU, that's a memorandum of understanding, that's been signed between the family and the dark horse, that says that the goal is to keep them, we'll keep them there for 2 years. We'll work on a transitionary space, and we'll provide a space up to 6,000 square feet for the dark horse. And I think, we'd be glad to put that framework that we develop with them in more detail as part of the site review submittal into a development agreement.
So the dark horse never closes because there's going to be.
The goal is to have them never close. It's a little more difficult with Sprouts as part of it. For example, Sprouts would actually have to close for 2 years and reopen, and that's a conversation we've had with them. And it's early in the discussion, right? As I said, this is the chess game, not a checkers game. But I think the thing for the community to know is that the family, the owners of the dark horse, Dave and his team, and the family have worked together for 40 years. And they've signed a memorandum of understanding to work together to move the dark horse into a new location. And we're at concept review, just asking for insights and input from different folks. But the memorandum of understanding, I think, is public. And I think there was a op-ed that came out in the paper that was both the dark horse and the family saying this is how we're working together to move forward.
So when it comes to the rest of the retail, which it is, well, it's not really a neighborhood retail right now. I would not call it a neighborhood center, since there's not really a gathering happening there, because it's one of the shopping centers that I go to a lot. But I think community members are concerned that the retail part of it, which is very important to the neighborhoods around there, will be not as important to you as the housing, whereas that, I think that's what they're concerned about. So is that part of it going to be built first, last, the retail part?
The bulk of the retail will be built in the first phase as part of it. And we're committing to more retail, I think, even in the first phase than is there right now. And I'll tell you both, there's two things. One is the aspirational side of us on the development side, and what I feel like we didn't do as well at Boulder Junction. And the other is just the practical side from a financial standpoint. Number one is we can't let retail space sit empty. So we'll be doing everything we can to make it successful. And the other is from even a selfish standpoint, I think we'd be more successful in the residential at Boulder Junction if we had more retail. So I think creating a successful neighborhood center from a retail standpoint is essential for us to be successful in the whole project.
Great.
Andy,
Okay,
I think
that's
it
it.
would also be useful for you to mention the commercial affordable program.
Yeah, although I will say, please do it maybe quickly because we got 21 people that are signed up to speak. So it'd be good if we could do this question section.
We've talked about trying to do about 10% of the space as affordable retail also, and we're starting to get some pretty good traction in the affordable retail we're doing at Boulder Commons. How's that?
Kara, is that it? Kara? Okay, yes, okay, Ryan, I got one.
Thank you, Andy and Bill and team. I have a transportation question or two. So you have shown that there's really incredible potential here for new accessible car light living with the number of units and the positioning near CU and with the bikeways, and we have our core arterial network bikeways coming in, transit lines. But our city code on what we actually require of transportation demand management and site review is very abstract, which I'll return to in my comments later. And yet this is a project that should be a flagship for Boulder, partly because with our intertwined fate with CU, this be possibly something that gets replicated. Got freshmen coming in making the big life decision of what do I do at college, presuming we have the students here. So I would expect a very high standard with transportation demand management to make all this work. And I liked how you kind of started talking about it earlier. And I'm wondering can you just say anything else about any highlights, things that you're excited about TDM with transportation demand management that you are at least exploring that would make people kind of think it sounds interesting?
I'll give a really quick one is I think we're excited about bike programs. We're excited about e-bike programs. We're excited about car share programs, which we're starting to develop, where we actually develop a fleet of cars. And it's kind of like Henry Ford. We've said, what if we get a bunch of the small Teslas and you can pick any car as long as it's black, right? So they can park tandem and we can park them in rows and efficiently do that. We're also working with the group that the city's using to manage the garages, as I said, but we're trying to manage it in a different way to actually reduce transportation demand instead of just accommodate ticketless parking. So I think the technology in transportation demand and garage management and fleet management is really coming to an exciting place.
Okay, thanks. I'll go back to some comments.
Very briefly, I'll just add really briefly, students are a little different also. So part of the program would be tuned to students. Students love like the Lime scooter stuff. They use it a lot. So there's other things that we would want to look at that are, best practice for students that are maybe a little different than the other part of the project.
Great, thanks. And quick follow-up. You mentioned Rocky Mountain Institute RMI a few times, and I think the building aspects, they also have got a lot going on in the transportation department. I'm wondering if you connected with them or if you intend to tap the best of their abilities.
Yeah, we work with Ben a lot from their transportation group. So RMI has been a thought leader. They're the ones who guilted me into doing net zero buildings in the first place. So I've been friends with them for 20 years and they'll definitely be tapped into the project.
Okay, so you'll have their transportation team sign off on this, it sounds like.
Yeah, we'll have them critique us from the beginning.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I got a couple quick ones for you, if that's it, Ryan. So do you know what offhand the square footage of the parking garage that's not included in the FAR calculation?
I heard that question earlier. I apologize that I don't know. My guess is about 80 to 100,000 square feet.
Okay, it's not critical, but it'd be interesting to know at some point. But thanks for the response. And the other one is you have a hotel use proposed, which is not one of the allowed uses in the zone. So what's your thinking there about how that gets included?
Yeah, so to be very blunt about it, we thought that people would be really interested in keeping the dark horse, which is why we've worked so hard to find a new home for it. And we thought people would maybe be interested in keeping the hotel use of the broker. So we're currently thinking that part of the project might be the second phase. and we would come back to site review. We wanted to talk with planning board and council about whether or not a hotel is critical for the site. If it's not critical for the site, it could be residential. If it is critical for the site and the powers that be want to modify the code or something to allow a hotel to remain there and be rebuilt, we're okay with that. So really it's a question for council. Which would you prefer? We can do residential or we can do a hotel.
Very good. We'll come back to that in our discussion then. All right. Any last questions before we move to the public hearing? All right. I'm not seeing any. Terry, your hand's up, but I believe that's from before. All right. If we could take the slides down, please. Yeah, I just need to get to my public hearing list. All right, so let's go ahead and open the public hearing. And we have 21 speakers, which means there's 2 minutes of testimony per speaker. And the public participation guidelines from before apply. So please keep in mind those good behavior guidelines. And our first 3 speakers are Lisa Harris, Lois Lacroix, and Mike Marsh.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. I realize high-end maximum density housing creates maximum developer profits, but 2952 Baseline's zoning code and comp plan neighborhood center designations are quite clear. This site is for neighborhood serving retail, which allows residents to walk and bike more and drive less. We want to support the city's climate action goals. Help us help you. But this project takes us in the opposite direction, driving ever farther distances for everyday needs. South Boulder has very limited shopping, and this project removes even more of it, including the one grocery store and shops Willville and Boulder Creek residents can walk to, Bear Creek residents can walk to. Why do reasonable resident needs for basic necessary walkable retail always take a backseat to developer profits? Online purchasing doesn't fulfill all needs, nor should it. It doesn't support local Boulder businesses or contribute to Boulder sales tax, and it creates longer consumer tailpipes. The comp plan directs neighborhood centers to have, quote, buildings at a scale and intensity lower than downtown. Downtown's height limit is 38 feet. 2952 Baseline proposes a solid wall of 6 55-foot high buildings directly on the opposite side of US 36 from Martin Acres. This will reflect additional highway noise back towards us, and for those who don't live nearby, 70-mile-an-hour traffic on US 36 already creates unbearable highway noise, and this will amplify it. Staff comment in your packet on page 357, quote, further, the current proposal does little to achieve a transition in scale to surrounding uses and neighborhoods, with the majority of the building frontages being 5 stories. Given that the site lies immediately across from a low-density single-family neighborhood and the existing businesses across Baseline are all below 35 feet, the proposed building heights and massing appear to be inconsistent with several comp plan policies related to the built environment, including 2.33 sensitive infill and redevelopment, 2.36 physical design for people, and elements of 2.41 and enhanced design for all projects, end quote. Please follow the comp plan. Don't allow this kind of height there and save this neighborhood center. Thank you.
Thanks. Now Lois Lacroix, Mike Marsh, and Mitchell Block.
Mute. Unmute. Now am I there?
Yes.
Okay, hi. If the developers would do something like actually put on-site affordable housing, it would be one of the best things they could do with this property. Cash in lieu has never been I've never been a fan of that. That is one of the most perfect spots for affordable housing in the city. And if they would do that and drop the height down to what the zoning requires, which is 3 stories, not 4 and 5, I could even possibly get behind this project. My major concern is the traffic and the 30th and Baseline intersection, which is very, very difficult now, especially in the commuting hours. And to have an extra, what we have, 610 units with 2 people. I mean, you're talking about 1,500. I don't know how many people you're talking about living there. Electric cars and all of that is fine. It's not going to happen for 10 years. And I have a huge concern about that one way out, which is basically 30th and Baseline intersection. And I don't think that has been addressed at all. And so those are my, oh, though then I wanted to also say someone in the developers said something about people are going to move there from Superior and Broomfield because it's so nice. Well, that is just a bunch of crap. People live in Superior and Broomfield because it's cheaper. They're not going to move to Boulder because they have nice housing on the corner of Baseline and 30th. So instead of doing cash in lieu, if you would put affordable housing there, it would be a huge plus. And if you do something about the traffic and take that height down to 3 stories like it's supposed to be, and don't put a hotel up there either. It's not in the zoning. Pay attention to the regulations that you guys have written. Thank you for your work and for being on the city council. What a lousy job. Okay, thanks. That's it.
Thank you. Now, Mike Marsh, Mitchell Block, and David Batchelder.
Good evening. 2952 Baseline is 100% zoned for neighborhood serving retail and services. As a neighbor, I'd support way more retail there. Walkable South Boulder retail is woefully lacking. More and more Sobo residents are driving to Louisville and Superior to shop. Instead, help residents reduce carbon emissions by denying Coburn's proposal and redirecting them to develop way more retail there per the zoning and keep Sprouts open with no closures. Note the developer's non-binding letter in your packet about preserving retail when possible as a meager 8% of a site that's supposed to be 100% retail. Our packet said retail isn't until the project's final phase 3, when construction goes over budget and developers drop items. So please require far more zoning mandated retail in phase 1, so we know it'll get done. Relegate the luxury housing and hotel, which aren't even supposed to be in this zoning, to phases 2 and 3. Do you recall these broken promises? The 2014 proposal for the North Boulder Armory development promised an arts pavilion with affordable live workspaces for artists, a gallery, a brew pub, and a 5,300 square foot flex space for events and gatherings. The proposal generated excitement in North Boulder's arts community and met a favorable reception from the city at concept plan review. But the developer later pulled these amenities. No studio space, no gallery, no brew pub, no flex space. The 311 Mapleton Academy project promised to build 100 affordable housing units at 33rd and Arapahoe. But after building 311 Mapleton, they dropped the affordable housing at Fruhof's. And the redevelopment of the former Daily Camera building at 10th and Pearl promised a 13,000 square foot community theater, an art house cinema with 6 theaters, each seating 49 people. They redeveloped the building, but never made the theater. How many times will council get fooled? Thank you.
Thanks. Now, Mitchell Block, David Batchelder, and Eliza Grace.
I did not see Mitchell online, but Mitchell, if you are here, if you want to reach out to me in the Q&A box or by dialing *9 on your keypad.
We'll move on, but we'll get Mitchell later if he comes back. So that's David Batchelder then.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. So yeah, my name's David Batchelder. I'm a graduate student at CU Boulder in the Masters of the Environment program. I've gotten the opportunity to study urban resilience, affordable housing, and city planning. I definitely wouldn't claim to be an expert, just wanted to come tonight, express my thoughts on this topic. When I was thinking about the Dark Horse and the accompanying 10-acre lot, I really just saw this as a wonderful opportunity for Boulder to transform and transition the space just into a more sustainable housing for students and, I guess, quote unquote, workers. I know a lot of discussion tonight has been about affordable housing, so I don't really want to delve into that too much, even though I think it's worth delving into. I do think Boulder has created somewhat of a dilemma in that regard, but I feel like it's fair to say that Boulder needs more housing, and by building more housing, that does tend to reduce housing prices. I know that's a generalization, but kind of true. Especially when the backbone of Boulder is the university. It's good to think about like students and the challenges they face with housing. I know from firsthand experience, and I'm sure a lot of people know this, it's just very competitive. And by building out this place, you'll just offer a space kind of for students to be more connected. I have friends in my graduate program who are kind of neglected to living like 30 minutes out from Boulder itself, because when they arrived, they didn't realize how competitive it was. So I think by offering more spaces for housing, you'll just allow students the opportunity to be more connected with their communities, which I think is a very key aspect of kind of a university experience. But that's all I got. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Now we have Eliza Grace, Shelby Bates, and Ronald Depew.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd just like to state that I think the Willville 2 development clearly meets the goals of the Boulder County Comprehensive Plan, which lists considering and weighing the interconnections among social, environmental, and economic areas in all decisions as a guiding principle. The development very clearly meets several goals within the comprehensive plan. Some I'll list here. First, that it promotes outcomes consistent with principles of sustainability, that it minimizes reliance on fossil fuels, promotes healthy and safe structures, and provides safe and environmentally compatible transportation improvements. While I understand the sentiment value of the dark horse, it's important to recognize that progress necessitates change, and the potential of Willville 2 to contribute positively to Boulder's environment and community far outweighs the benefits provided by a single establishment. I also like to say that if there's any place in Boulder that density should be allowed, it is in this space, because one of the most dense parts of Boulder currently exists right next to it, which with huge towers. So it doesn't really make sense to me for people to be fighting against density in the area where it already exists. We need to put it somewhere. And I think that anyone who understands sustainability would agree that putting more people in a dense space will improve traffic, and will improve community values, and will improve transit systems and encourage people to walk and bike. So I definitely think that what is there now, just a shopping center, one story with lots of pavement, definitely is prime for redevelopment in this way, and I fully support it. And that's all I have for you. Thank you all for being here.
Thanks. Now Shelby Bates, Ron Depew, and Dorothy Cohen.
Mute. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Shelby Bates. I have lived south of 30th and Colorado intersection for about 5 or 6 years now. I am not a student, but I really do love my neighborhood. It's close to the Boulder Creek Path. It's close to Scott Carpenter Pool. It's by the Bound bus. We just had the new bike lane improvements. And my reason for coming tonight is to really talk about the Sprouts. Sprouts is the only walkable grocery store in this neighborhood. And I am concerned from the developers' presentations and the planning board presentation as well, that the priority has been on student housing with the need to close Sprouts for 2 years. As someone who has a mobility disability, who doesn't have a car and often cannot drive, the Sprouts is really my critical neighborhood resource. And I haven't really seen in the plan like how those sorts of resources are going to be maintained in the time that the construction is happening, leading me to feel that people like myself will be pushed out of the neighborhood, because it would be very hard to live here for 2 years without an open grocery store. So I do appreciate in tonight's presentation that they talked about moving the Sprouts more to the corner, and maybe having some consideration of some sort of transitional plans and things. But overall, I know it's a concrete jungle kind of area. I know it's not the greatest place, but it's also the place that exists in my neighborhood that I can walk to and that I can get to easily. And so I just have some concerns around maintaining the businesses that are there. I also super love Cosmos Pizza. So I think that's everything I had to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Now Ron Depew, Dorothy Cohen, and Mike Duffy.
Hi, Ron Depew here.
2952 baseline is zone BC2, defined by code section 9-5-2 as neighborhood serving retail, serving a number of neighborhoods. Staff note that the current site complies with that code requirement. What is proposed will not, in spite of what the developer says. Just 8% will be retail, and they have changed, I don't know, 80% will be extremely high density, unaffordable housing, and 6% of hotel. Page 173 of your packet says that hotels are not allowed use in the BC2 zoning. Allotting only that percentage of the property as neighborhood serving retail in zoning that city law says should be all or nearly all retail is not compliant with the zoning per Boulder Revised Code Chapter 9. Second, the meager retail is slated for the very last phase of the development, or at least it was. The final phase is where items get dropped. We regularly see developers claim the projects went over budget, and final phase retail just won't pencil. Note the developer's words that they said, at least in the first proposal, that the current retail and restaurant uses will be retained when possible. When possible is a loose phrase, telegraphing that it won't happen. Sprouts gone for 2 years. It'll be a dead business by then. Developer of the former Daily Camera building at 10th and Pearl promised a community theater in order to get the project approved, but never actually built the theater. 311 Mapleton developer promised offsite affordable housing at the former Fruit House Flowers site. That never happened either. The percentage of retail is way too little. The developer will probably drop even that small bit in the final phase. I expect that Sprouts will be dropped in the construction's final phase rather than, quote, relocated, unquote. What's clear from these examples is the city doesn't have any way of enforcing promises developers make in order to get their permits. Please deny this proposal or require at least 50% retail, restaurants, and services in phase 1. And since those are the purposes of this property per Boulder Revised Code Chapter 9. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Dorothy Cohen, Mike Duffy, and Emily O'Hara.
My name is Dorothy Cohen. The Boulder Valley Comp Plan identifies 2952 baseline as neighborhood center described as the follows. In addition to serving neighborhood gathering places, these centers also provide goods and services for the day-to-day needs of nearby residents, workers, and students. Neighborhood centers should be included in a mix of locally serving retail. The anchors, such as grocery stores and personal services, such as salons and markets. 2952 is identified as a neighborhood center providing service residents. I currently shop at Sprouts, and I know students at William Village use it regularly. Having it gone for 2 years, and I know that when you put it inside an residential apartment building, it's not going to be the same. I know Corelli's is a neighborhood gathering place as well as the Dark Horse, which in 2 years is eligible for historic landmark. The city is trying to have folks drive less for carbon footprint and climate change. By removing Sprouts and eliminating grocery store within a walking distance, the 15-minute rule of walkable neighborhoods needs to be looked at more closely. The city needs to look at zoning and keep businesses that serve the neighborhood by not getting rid of barbecue pizza, Corelli's, etc. The students have to drive further. I do not think we need 2 boutique student housing within a mile of each other. I know that what other people have said about, when money runs out, are they really going to put Sprouts in? And if it's been gone for 2 years, what's that going to look like? The city needs to enforce the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Mike Duffy, Emily O'Hara, and Mark Stenkel.
Good evening. Demolition of important commercial properties and existing businesses to start construction of this project should require an equitable square footage of commercial space be a priority in the new buildings. It's relatively simple, in fact required, to top out and dry in first. With the ground floor space available, interior finishing for commercial use should be prioritized as soon as possible. With a relatively simple logistical plan, ground floor business could be operating while the upper level apartments are finished without compromising the safety of the construction workers and the commercial customers. Loss of sales tax from those lost businesses could be mitigated with an expedited plan to provide commercial space opportunity as early as possible, without affecting the continued interior construction of the upper level apartments. Lost services, grocery store with a deli, restaurants, liquor store, barber shop, and the like could be restored to the existing neighbors much more quickly. All of those neighbors will be traveling further and likely more often to find replacement services during construction of the project. You should consider the increased number of people will be moving in while apartments are still being finished, and all of those people will be in need of those lost services. Plan to restore as many of those services as quickly as possible will align much better with the city's sustainability goals where transportation is concerned. Some 60% of the new apartments are for non-students. It's not as if this development is near medium or large employment opportunities other than CU, meaning about 400 non-students will need access to public transportation. I think we're all aware of RTD's shortcomings and slow reaction to the needs, particularly where Boulder is concerned. This discussion needs to begin as soon as possible. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Now, Emily O'Hara, Mark Stengel, and Cecilia Gers.
Hello, I'm speaking here tonight because I heard about this idea for a mixed use development right next to where CU's biggest dorms already are. Right now, there's just a one-story strip mall there, and it's pretty depressing. The whole area is a parking lot, and I personally don't feel safe walking around there. But imagine if that place turned into a cool spot where young professionals like me could live, hang out, and shop without having to drive everywhere. I'm a huge advocate for a walkable lifestyle. It's not just about convenience, it's more about building a community that's connected and lively, and it's much better for the environment. And it looks like the development is going to add a lot of green space, which is really needed in that area. I really hope you'll consider making this mixed use concept a reality. It would be beneficial to students, young professionals, and I think for Boulder in general. I strongly urge the council to recognize the immense potential of this mixed use development for contributing to a more vibrant, accessible, and sustainable Boulder. This is a great opportunity to define what it means to live and work and study in Boulder and ensures a brighter, greener future for generations to come. Thanks for listening and for all the work you do, and I hope we can agree on how great this development would be. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mark Stengel, Cecilia Gers, and Jan Trussell.
Excuse me, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Please don't believe developers' claims that retail isn't viable. Developers can lease space for much higher rates if permitted to build high-end Class A office space where retail should be. Area retailers haven't been closed due to lack of business. It's because of many BC2 shopping center owners charge sky-high rents. They expect retail to pay lease rates similar to what Google pays for Class A office space or wealthier residents pay for high-end housing. Retail can't do that anywhere. Fortunately, BCT zoning ensures that there are dedicated 100% retail spaces if only city will enforce it. We wish the city would prevent BC2 landowners from charging unreasonable rents that close retail businesses. That's because that's the actual problem. During the 2014 Baseline Zero proposal, that developer claimed retail wasn't viable because one of his spaces nearby Baseline Crossing next to Mexicali Grill was vacant. But we found out that the leasing office was charging $37.50 a square foot for that space. 10 years ago, that was double what South Boulder retailers normally paid. Retail vacancies due to exorbitant rent should not be conflated with retail unviability. The Basemar Center issue that lost its Whole Foods anchor store, so adjacent retailers were suffering. That Whole Foods was always busy and did a great business. It only closed when Amazon was preparing to buy Whole Foods. The Whole Foods closed its smallest square foot store in every U.S. market to make books look better. So they closed Basemart, but unfortunately continued to pay the rest of Whole Foods' lengthy Basemart lease term rather than subletting. That kept a whole new anchor store from opening. Please require 2952 baseline to be nearly all retail per its zoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Cecilia Gers, Jan Trussell, and Lynn Siegel.
My name is Cecilia Gers. I live in Martin Acres on the southeast end. I patronize the stores at Baseline and 30th. They're part of my neighborhood, and I'm there weekly for Sprouts and less frequently for some of the restaurants. The space is, as it's currently zoned commercial, I'd like to really see a large emphasis on commercial retail and that retail being built more at the beginning of the project rather than the end of the project. As others have said, I don't want to see that retail fall off the end of the project because there's not sufficient funding to do so. We all know how inflation has eroded people's ability to buy things. Building materials are not exempt, and anyone who's rebuilding their home after the Marshall Fire certainly knows how costs are being run up. So that's something that we want to ensure against. Secondly, this is yet again a high-end housing project, and affordability is not anywhere in the plans for this site. But why not incorporate affordability into this project? Just a comment. The cash in lieu process, having that in exchange for actually building affordable housing, just pushes off the problem. It's not unlike the tactics of the fossil fuel industry in pushing off any meaningful response for climate change. I have concerns about modifying the height and whether or not that fits into the neighborhood. I have concerns about the volume of traffic. The new public streets are only still going to be on the same size Baseline and 30th Street that are there presently. I advocate for being able to continue to shop at local neighborhood businesses at this site, and I thank you for hearing my comments and considering them.
Thank you. Now, Jen Trussell, Lynn Siegel, and Mary Scott.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Planning Board and City Council are required to decide land use applications based on BRC Chapter 9, which clearly direct BC2 zoning to be neighborhood serving retail. Your other required references, Boulder Valley Comp Plan. These three sections specifically apply. Section 2.33, sensitive infill and redevelopment. Quote, the city will gear subcommunity and area planning to avoid or adequately mitigate negative impacts of infill and redevelopment to the community and individual neighborhoods. 2952 Baseline will have enormous negative impacts on surrounding neighborhoods, including traffic paralysis, removing much loved and walkable neighborhood retail that people need, towering mass and height that dwarfs surrounding neighborhoods and will function like a sound reverberation wall to reflect even more already deafening US 36 highway noise back in Martin Acres. Section 2.36, physical design for people. The city will take all reasonable steps to ensure that development and redevelopment be designed in a manner that is sensitive to social, health, and psychological needs. This will include factors such as the appropriate scale and mass of buildings related to neighborhood context. 2952 Baseline scale and massing is wildly inappropriate given the predominantly one-story, 13 feet high homes in the adjacent East Aurora Baseline subcommunities and Martin Acre neighborhoods. Section 2.41, enhanced design for all projects. Through its policies and programs, the city will encourage or require quality architecture and urban design in all development that addresses the following elements. Projects should become a coherent part of the neighborhood in which they are placed. Specific attention will be given to protecting and enhancing the quality of established residential areas that are adjacent to business areas. 2952 Baseline does the opposite of this in removing our neighborhood retail. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Lynn Siegel, Mary Scott, and Robert Porath.
Lynn Siegel, you know, it's interesting because it's kind of counterintuitive to do transportation demand management and increase the height at the same time. Because guess what? The more people are squished, you know, they're leaving New York City. They're leaving, you know, they're squished into little compartments and they want to get out. That's counterintuitive, Ryan. Yes, you want, you know, transportation-oriented development, but you don't want it to the extent of this height where people want to get out all the more to get away from their little enclosed places. Now, CU is not the city of Boulder's responsibility. This is our plot of land. CU has theirs. You know, this is the state versus the city. And we don't need to be doing CU's work for them. We don't need to be handing the developer 10, 15 Juniper, you know. We've got enough problems with our own city with affordability without dealing with CU South, the Millennium, Olive, you know, all over town. We're developing high-end student housing. It's really overwhelming to take on CU in this way. We're you know, competing. We've got a hotel to a hotel on the hill. And another hotel here? No, 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 no. On site only. 1, 2, 3 level. That's it. 35 feet. No parking reductions. No hotel. Stop giving the developer a handout. We've got, you know, we're spending 1.5 million on Gaza, on destroying Gaza. And yet we've got these kind of issues in our own town that we're trying to support. Give poor CU a hand. They've got 2 life sciences centers in the East Business Park. Stop already.
Thank you. Now we have Mary Scott, Robert Borath, and Brookie Gallagher.
Okay, thank you. I'm unmuted now. My name is Mary Scott. I have lived in Boulder for over 20 years. I'm speaking with you this evening in support of not demolishing the current retail at 2952 Baseline. I have 2 points tonight pertaining to the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. Firstly, as was presented earlier by Chandler, according to the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, this site is listed as a neighborhood center, subject to the following neighborhood center guiding principle published on page 45 of the Comp Plan. Quote, a neighborhood center must meet everyday needs of the neighboring homes and include a mix of locally serving retail to meet everyday needs. Allocating just 8% of this neighborhood center to retail does not fulfill this principle. We now know that 8% of suggested retail space will not happen until the last phase of development, leaving the surrounding neighbors with no access to the current time-cherished services. And there is the potential for retail to be dropped or changed significantly by the time this project starts. Secondly, according to the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, I quote, neighborhood centers must be at a scale and intensity lower than downtown, ensuring compatibility of buildings with adjacent residential uses. And these transition zones should encourage a diversity of low and medium density residential uses, such as attached single-family housing, row homes, and a variety of flats. Therefore, with the current height, density, and community serving requirements listed in the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, this proposal simply cannot be approved as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Robert Porath, Brookie Gallagher, and Daniel Howard.
I do not see Robert online, but Robert, if you are here, please reach out to me in the Q&A box or use the raise hand function.
Okay, then Brookie Gallagher then.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I realize I'm repeating some comments, but this may be useful to emphasize the importance of the points. For a parcel zoned 100% neighborhood serving retail to provide only 8% retail space is highly inappropriate. If an alternative land use would solve an existing problem, that would seem worthy of consideration. However, the proposed market rate housing development would not solve any problem. It would instead create more problems. Boulder has an urgent need for affordable, obtainable housing. More luxury housing will not contribute to solving this problem. Additionally, Boulder has set a goal to reduce car use and promote a walking and bike-friendly community. eliminating close, easily accessible, neighborhood serving grocery, restaurants, and other retail will require the hundreds of new residents, as well as the many hundreds of current nearby neighborhood residents, to travel much further, likely by car, for their groceries, entertainment, etc. So not only does this redevelopment design not contribute to reducing car travel, but can increase car travel and the associated traffic. And closing Sprouts for 2 years during construction will have an extremely negative impact on the neighborhood. Finally, delaying the retail development until the final stage of the project also puts the retail at risk of not being completed at all. Several people spoke to this in detail earlier. The retail portion of this project must be required to be the first stage of the project, and the retail portion must be significantly higher to provide a more successful housing retail mix. And the housing should at least include affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Daniel Howard, Joseph McCluskey, and Paula Mosley.
Hi, my name is Daniel Howard, resident of South Boulder, and I'm speaking as a member of Urban Environmentalists and the Urban Sustainability Committee of the Sierra Club. My views do not necessarily reflect that of my employer, NCAR, or the National Science Foundation. I'm here to support the concept review and needed code variances in order to proceed with this development. I want to emphasize the climate benefits of mixed-use and transit-oriented development. For Matt Frommer at the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project and NVEL's Red Stock model, building with 10 plus multifamily units use 34% to as low as 30% of energy use per household unit compared to single-family homes. Water use also decreases by 86% for multifamily housing units, as assessed in the Colorado Water Growth Dialogue September 2018 report. The Rocky Mountain Institute also highlights a 2023 Denver study that upzoning urban areas for multifamily and mixed-use transit-oriented development leads to 13% reduction in VMTs, 8% reduction in GHGs, and most importantly, 82% reduction in per capita land use, preventing unnecessary sprawl into or across Boulder's open space, and instead preserving land for wildlife habitats, agriculture, and carbon sequestration. These outcomes meaningfully align with the current Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. To note, there's also presently a bill proceeding at the state level to incentivize transit-oriented communities, and if passed, this development would qualify and ease pressure to upzone additional acreage across Boulder elsewhere. As for my own recommendations, I would add that strong considerations and variances are provided towards reducing parking requirements and not incentivizing students or other community members like myself who may want to live here to bring a car. Parking spots, which should be separate from rental costs, can contribute $200 to $300 a month in rent and worsen housing affordability, and there should be options for residents to reduce the housing costs by not having unnecessary cars in their household. Parking should align with the acronym SUMP: shared parking, unbundled parking, managed travel demand, and paid parking. I personally did not bring a car with me as a college student, and non-car dependent students should have more options in Boulder. I look forward to your continued support of this project and further conversations to work with planners and developers to create a walkable, people-centric, and thriving place for people, not cars, serving future generations and patrons of a revitalized dark horse for the next century. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last two speakers are Joseph McCluskey and Paula Mosley. Joseph? Joseph, it looks like you're muted now.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, although you're faint, so please speak up. Please speak. Oh, we're not really getting you.
Hear me? Can you hear me?
That's better.
Oh, it is. Oh, great. So listen, I'll just speak loud. Let's get honest and thorough. Can we make this more dense, more profitable, higher, and more outside our current zoning? The basic facts are not in question. Those facts are a giant deviation from the property zoning and unnecessarily located the dark horse. Previous time that we're taking this precious time that we're taking discussing the proposal, dead on arrival, the bad sign for business in Boulder. Entertaining developers' attrition techniques speaks volumes about councilperson's ability to fulfill their responsibilities, in my opinion. Any opposition to what I have just said amounts to opposition to the current zoning laws. The developer could take their quality time and help us strengthen our zoning laws before proposing things that fly in the face of well-conceived zoning that guarantees nearby shopping districts for neighbors. If the developer and the Williams family would like to develop their property per the zoning, they should do so, but do so efficiently. Within a decade or two, in my opinion, many of these high-density properties begin to feel like tenements. High density creates further aggravation and is more expensive than predicted. Aggravation becomes an expensive environment in which to live. So again, the developer's proposal to the city reveals a plan significantly deviating from the current zoning, earmarking only 8% of the site for retail, with the implementation delayed until the final construction phase, raising concerns about potential project budget overruns, which happens all the time. So the subsequent elimination of promised amenities, and I'm saying not at this time and not in a hurry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Last speaker, and then we'll just see if any of the other people come back. Last speaker is Paula Mosley.
Hello. My name is Paula Mosley. I live in Martin Acres. I hope the council members will take time to watch the planning board meeting of January 16th if you haven't already. I don't think the summary given earlier this evening fully captures the public feedback. Removing, disturbing, destroying the current businesses at the site in order to build luxury and student housing in no way improves our community. I don't see how our businesses can survive. Andy Bush says it's like a chess game when it comes to relocating the existing businesses. I think it seems that way because the project is starting with housing rather than starting by preserving and enhancing our existing retail. Talented designers and architects and thoughtful developers can make this work, find creative ways to incorporate housing with and around the existing retail. Market rate units, what family that can afford market rate will want to live next to the turnpike? It will likely become majority student housing and not attract long-term residents. High turnover housing is not how we build community. In commuting, the presentation assumes that people will be moving here from Brighton, etc. That's not how it will work. People will move here from out of state, as they always have. What will actually happen is that people like me will have to drive miles further just to get groceries if Sprouts is gone, is no longer easily accessible to folks who don't live on site. The idea of neighborhood serving retail on this project will actually sacrifice serving the existing neighborhoods in favor of serving this proposed new artificially created neighborhood. I'd also like to encourage on-site affordable units because that actually helps build community. Landmark Lofts, where my mother has an affordable unit, has demonstrated that. I see the affordable owners participating and keeping that place thriving. Lastly, there's not nearly enough community benefit in this project to warrant increased heights as shown in the concept plan.
Thank you.
And can one more thing? Can we?
No, I'm afraid time is up.
Oh, please be done with black and gray buildings. Thank you.
Very good. Let's see. Looks like we have, oh yes, we have one additional speaker. It's Jessica Hertzberg. She was originally in open comment and moved to this public hearing. So Jessica, you're up.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
As a Boulder resident and student at CU studying urban resilience and sustainability, I want to express my support for this development, particularly for its alignment with Boulder's transportation and safety objectives. The city's commitment to reducing miles of travel by 20% by 2030 and reducing greenhouse gas emissions from transportation by 50% by 2030 will only be met if the city supports developments that encourage less car usage, more sustainable modes of transportation. With CU Boulder being the largest employer in Boulder County, this decision impacts more than 8,000 faculty on top of more than 30,000 students. This development embodies this vision, offering a layout that promotes a more walkable and bikeable Boulder, directly contributing to the reduction of greenhouse gases and enhancing overall livability. The Vision Zero Boulder Safe Streets report highlights the urgent need for such development to decrease road traffic and accidents. By providing housing that decreases the need for driving, especially among students who represent a significant portion of traffic and severe crash statistics, the space will make our roads safer for everyone. While I acknowledge the concerns surrounding Save the Dark Horse, the overall benefits of this development, including more housing, less traffic, and a more environmentally friendly city, far outweigh the change to this one bar. Its relocation within the development should be more than enough to make up for the loss of the actual building, because it seems like the Williams family is working hard to make the future of Dark Horse a positive and not a negative. Also, the development very clearly meets several goals within Boulder's comprehensive plan, such as its goals to support transportation safety and accessibility, minimize reliance on fossil fuels, and provide safe and environmentally compatible transportation improvements. I definitely think the council should consider the comprehensive benefits of this development, not only for Boulder's present, but for its sustainable and more equitable future. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have either of the speakers that were not present before? Have either of them come back?
We do not.
Okay. Then I will go ahead and close the public hearing. Thanks everyone for coming out and testifying to us on this topic. I want to come back to council. So council, it's time for discussion here. I'm going to encourage us to be concise with our remarks because it's 9 o'clock and we have another substantial matter after this one. But it's also important to give specific and clear feedback on this project as we have it. I'm going to try to condense our key issues if we could, again, for efficiency of discussion. So what I'm hoping that we could, each of us, say whether we think this is overall an appropriate project, and then whether we have any specific comments about things we might like to see different about it or changed. And then once we've done that, I was thinking about coming back at the end and doing a straw poll on whether we felt like a hotel was a critical piece of this puzzle. So maybe you can skip that in your general remarks unless you really need to address it, and I'll come back to it at the end since the applicant's looking for really clear guidance on that. Does that work for folks? Yes, so let's see, Lauren, do you want to comment on the organization?
No, sorry, I just wanted to.
Okay. Well, I didn't see anyone making an outraged face, so maybe we can use that structure that I just proposed, and so we can address everything all together all at once. Lauren, go ahead and get us started.
Thanks. So generally, I do think this could be an appropriate project. It's a large project that will have significant impact on our community, and while there's a lot of potential, I think there's also a lot of work that's design work required before it's going to get to a place of site plan review. Given the scale and nature of the design process, I want to put out my request that we get some of our subject area experts on TAB and DAB to have a chance and weigh in on this project before it's submitted for site review. I would like to see TAB review the transportation connections and ensure that best practices are followed for safety related to all modes of traffic and to encourage mode shifting. I personally find the current road layout a little questionable and fairly car-centric, making some of the internal circulation streets Wooner or pedestrian first streets is something I hope the development team will consider. I would like to see DAB review the project related to standard 2.33, the sensitive infill and redevelopment, and 2.41, enhanced design for all projects. Under sensitive infill and redevelopment, this section speaks to mitigating negative impacts and enhancing benefits. I'm concerned that we have an area of town that's unique and quirky, and that it could potentially, I mean, I know that this was an initial early design phase, but it could be replaced with development that could be anywhere in the state or the nation. I'm excited that this proposal takes a forward-looking approach to transitioning to a less car-dependent, more sustainable future. But when it comes back to us, I really would like to see buildings that make clear this is located in a fun and funky part of town directly adjacent to the university. And I think that the Design Advisory Board would be a good place to kind of help ensure that this project is meeting that section. Under enhanced design for all projects, I'm particularly interested in making sure that this addresses sort of the human scale and art in public spaces, permeability, and buildings. Having DAB's input before site plan submission, I think, would be helpful in ensuring the flow and design of these new public spaces and outdoor rooms are high quality, high functioning, and welcoming spaces. I also think it's important that this project provide more commercial space than is currently located on the site. And potential phasing of the project should be planned such that the current amount of commercial area can be maintained or exceeded at every phase. And that access to fresh food is maintained. I won't talk about the hotel till we do the straw poll, but I want to encourage a phased approach where the buildings are designed and built over a longer period of time, because I think that really is important to creating an authentic neighborhood feel. When all the buildings are designed at once, it's hard to get away, as much as we try, from kind of almost like that Disneyland pre-manufactured kind of thing. I think it's really important to let things age and understand how that works as we develop bigger areas more successfully. I'd like to see more greenery and a reduction to overall paving, along with some beautiful, creative infiltration and detention areas. Finally, I look forward to hearing more about the innovative strategies you will come up with to reduce both the embodied energy and the energy use. Those are passions of mine, and I'm excited to see how you are measuring that and what strategies you take on. Thank you.
Those were some real specific comp plan sections, Lauren. Very good. Cool. All right. We got Mark, Nicole, and Taisha.
Well, first I want to say I think I agree with every single word that Lauren said on this project. I thought those comments were excellent. And I applaud some elements of the project, such as the resolution of the Dark Horse Tavern issue. And ultimately, there is an approvable project here, but it's not ready for prime time yet. So far, it looks like the project has been designed to maximize developable square footage rather than a livable community. And I know that the massing of the buildings is preliminary, but right now it looks like you're entering a fortress lacking only a moat to be complete. And I have a problem with that. I also have a problem with the fact that we're being asked to stretch the definition of a neighborhood center beyond recognition, and to do so primarily in exchange for high-end housing and high-end student housing. And I would like the applicant to address this in its next iteration. I'm not going to make my comments about the hotel at the mayor's request, but I will say that the planning board made a number of what I think are really useful suggestions relating to design, bulk, and height, in addition to what Lauren has suggested. And I would like the applicant to pay serious heed to those suggestions, because I think it will create a livable project as opposed to simply a monumental project, which is where we are at the moment. Thank you.
Thanks. Nicole, Taisha, Tina, Tara.
Thank you, and thanks to all the folks who showed up to weigh in tonight during the public comment as well. Similar to Lauren and Mark, I think this concept is generally appropriate. I just want to underscore my desire for TAB and DAB review. Specifically with TAB, I'm really interested in hearing some feedback on ways to maximize pedestrian use of the site and pedestrian-friendly design there, improving some of the multimodal connections from the multi-use path. I would also love to hear from TAB on what they think about the parking and consolidating the parking in one area as well as the access points, especially the small number of two-way access points. From DAB, I'd be really interested in looking at improving the design and usability of on-site open spaces, increasing the amount of shared at-grade open space, site permeability, improving access to views from open space areas, pedestrian-friendly street design, and moving the parking structure to the west side of the site. I agree with some of staff's open space comments. I'd really like to see better concepts for community spaces, and I appreciate the intention that is going into creating some community spaces. And I think what I'm especially interested in is thinking about creating spaces that are that have shade, that have seating areas, really spaces where community can come together. I would also be very interested in absorbent landscaping, low water use type landscaping that's not cement, and some fire resistant native plants and things like that. I agree with some of the comments around having a little bit more commercial space, and would also like to echo the point that I would really love to see a way to keep the grocery store and some of these other businesses open throughout development to keep serving the neighborhood and the folks who are there. I will save my hotel comments too. Thank you.
All right, Taisha Tina Terra.
Thank you so much. Excuse me. I echo the comments that Lauren shared, and wanted to, in addition to transportation and planning board, I would also like to invite the Environmental Advisory Board. I am especially interested, I haven't heard anything about waste, recycling, and so those are areas that I would love to hear more about, especially considering that we have already challenges, particularly around composting. So that's certainly an area. And the Environmental Advisory Board also can provide more guidance and feedback on green building, air quality, as well as energy. So I'm definitely interested in having them. And although I know that our water resources board primarily looks at the capital improvement buildings, I am interested always in water, wastewater, and stormwater as it relates to this, especially since per Mark's hotline question about the 100 and 500 year floodplain. So would love to hear more about that intersection as well. And again, I will save the remainder of my remarks about the hotel for later, but I did want to say thank you for trying to include some additional community space that's inside. But again, I think that when I think about how many people are going to be in those buildings, just questioning whether one space or the size of the space is going to be sufficient for their needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Taisha. Tina Terra Ryan.
Yep, I just very quickly, I echo what Lauren and Mark said, and just want to add also, so I think staff did a great job providing comments on the project as well that were really helpful as we looked at it, and just hope that they're all addressed and considered. And then also just looking at the affordability and the retail space that's needed. So thanks.
Nice and concise. Tara and Ryan.
First, as everybody else, I agree with Lauren. She's very popular tonight. Good job, Lauren. And I want to thank Emily, one of the speakers, for bringing up safety in that area right now, because that's where I shop as well. And it does not feel safe, especially for students, especially for women, and especially at night. So I'm looking forward to better lighting and landscaping and more of a safe design. When it comes to safety, I think about bike safety over there. Actually, there is a lot of bike theft in that area. So I'm hoping you would consider some more innovative pilots as to how we can keep the bikes from being stolen in that area specifically. We have a little committee which includes community cycles and PD and CUPD that is working on some innovation there. So I would really love to see that, as opposed to having, bike racks to the sides of buildings in the dark, et cetera, where bikes can easily be stolen, since I'm hoping that
that area is used mostly by pedestrians and bikers. The other thing I want to say is thanks to Shelby and others who brought up that it would be very difficult to not have a Sprouts there for 2 years. I know for me, that's my grocery store as well. And so I'm wondering if you can innovatively think of a way to keep the Sprouts open for longer, for there to be 2 years is a long time, as many people said, and it would definitely affect people's quality of life. I'm wondering, we haven't talked too much about noise, but I did hear a lot about the constituents in Martin Acres who are worried about the noise. And I don't know, is there a study about that? Will there be, just to make sure that whatever building goes on, that it has the least amount of effect noise-wise in the Martin Acres neighborhood? I did want to also thank you for putting in a lot of trees, and I'm hoping you can put in way more trees. That area has a dearth of nature, and we could really use some nature over there. So that is everything that I have to say. Thank you.
Ryan?
I would first like to also adopt Laura's comments. I think I agreed with every word. This is one of the biggest projects that will impact transportation and accessibility that this council will probably see. Makes it very exciting. It's also something that we have to manage actively if it's going to really be something to reduce car reliance and give people better options. And we need to manage that in the context of not really having a template for how to do it. It might surprise people to know that our reference to TDM requirements in city code, that's in site review 9-2-14, very vague. And neither our planning board nor our transportation advisory board have any kind of an adopted framework to really tell applicants what we expect. And I understand there is an artifact that's 10 years old that wasn't really a formal thing that sort of keeps getting circulated. And I think that, so the answer to the question, is this consistent with BCP, BVCP? I think maybe. I think 6.14 in that document talks about transportation demand, travel reduction and getting it right, or excuse me, transportation impact reduction, mitigation, getting that right. And I think it does fit if we can do this. And so just to cut to my feedback both for the applicant and for TAB, I think we really need to invent something here. I think the direction we should give TAB is that don't assume we have a standard way to do this, and as such, we need something that we could really stand by. And so I'd ask them to think about that and be creative. Part of that might be also to consider if this is a development that is explicitly aiming to be intertwined with CU, then maybe there's some specific provisions you might expect in a TDM package that would sufficiently engage with the university or other partners. I'm just thinking out loud, but just trying to give an idea. I think we should really be asking TAB to be creative. And on that, if they needed to go to city codes under government organization 2-2-11, that describes our current role of transportation. And if there's any updates there, it might be relevant. So I just be interested at that level. And then to the applicant, just sort of similarly, I'd ask you to be partners in an effort to try to create the biggest and the best TDM plan that Boulder's seen in order to really help this to meet its full potential with creating a walkable potential experience. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Well, I'll go, and I'll just mostly build on the comments of my colleagues. So, Lauren, you're getting a full sweep tonight. I think everything you said was right on target, and I'll only say just a slight bit more, so I won't repeat it. But just one other thing, just the importance of the multimodal connections to the west and making those as attractive and inviting as possible. And Bill, I think you addressed that well in your presentation, but just that's critical. And the balance of commercial and non-commercial space. I hear about how you wanted more in Boulder Junction, and at the same time, we've had empty spaces in Boulder Junction commercial areas in certain circumstances. So I appreciate you going to the larger amount in this revision, and certainly we hear from the nearby neighbors about how they would appreciate that. It's just striking the right balance there. That and the largest amount that is fillable, I guess, which is a bit of an art rather than a science, but that would be the sweet spot that we would be looking for. And agree with what people have said about the phasing to preserve as many services as possible to the area for as long as possible with the shortest gaps. So I think you're right on target with all of those different things. I think you've got a project with a lot of potential. And then, with some of these changes, I think you're right there. And just the last thing I'll mention, in my hotline about the call-up when I was out of town, I mentioned the interest in saving the dark horse. It seems like the approach that you're taking is pretty much getting there, in terms of keeping the existing building open for as long as possible, and then putting it somewhere else for a little while. And then I know it was just a preliminary elevation, but it looked like a kind of potentially there could be a funky, interesting, phase 2, act 2 for the dark horse. And so would be interested in, at the time of site review, with a specific plan that's in the development agreement about exactly how that's happening. That's what I got. Thanks for the discussion. And so before we turn to the applicant to just check to make sure they've gotten what they've needed, I'm going to come to the hotel. I'm just going to see if maybe we're completely all over the map on this, but I'm just going to start by saying I think we could use more housing and more neighborhood serving commercial rather than a hotel. So I'm going to put that out there. And if people want to raise their hand and we can debate, that's fine. Or I could just call for a vote, and we could go from there. Nicole?
Yeah, I just feel like I don't quite have enough information to answer this question right at this moment. In particular, I'd be really interested in hearing from the Boulder Hotel Motel Association. We had a presentation last fall where they were just kind of giving us an overview of where they were at. And it seemed like I don't know, that even with the 2 new hotels coming in, there was still a sense that it maybe wasn't quite enough to meet the need. We were still seeing really high priced hotel. Anyway, I would just be really interested in having some more information.
I can certainly provide would love a hotel, don't want a hotel, and need more information to.
Thank you.
Yep. Mark?
If the developer can provide more neighborhood serving retail, I could live with the hotel. If not, I'd like to use that square footage for neighborhood serving retail. I just think there's a real shortage of it in the project so far. So if they want to keep the hotel, I'm okay. If they're addressing the other shortage of neighborhood serving retail, if not, I'd like to take the hotel out and convert that into neighborhood serving retail. Thanks.
Fair. So maybe I can just throw out we can take a vote on who really wants a hotel, who would rather not see a hotel, and who needs more information and won't. So I'll give those 3 options. So we'll start, who would really like to see a hotel? Okay, I'm not getting any takers for really want it. Who would rather not see a hotel? I got 5. And who would like to get more information? And I got 4. Mark kind of went into both camps. Okay, so there's your direction, Bill and Andy, that there's some mixed opinions, but nobody feels like it is a definitively critical thing to have in the project. Okay, you all are smart guys, so rather than do my own summary, you've heard all of our comments. Do you have any clarifying questions, or is there anything more that you need from us?
I'll start, Andy. If you have anything else to add, please do so. Normally, we do have clarifying questions. You've all been very, very clear with your direction, so that's appreciated. I think that as we expected, you brought up issues that maybe we hadn't fully considered, and that's awesome because it'll really help craft the project. You will not see this submitted for site review in a month or 2. We have allotted quite a bit of time because there's a lot to do and there's a lot to consider. I think additionally, you've challenged us to create really high quality results on a number of fronts, from architecture to transportation to safety to neighborhood commercial and public space. So we hear you. I don't have a solution yet. I won't for some months. We're perfectly happy to go to DAB during that design process before we submit for site review. So we'll work with staff to figure out how to do that, TAB also. But thank you. I think the feedback was extremely pointed and helpful, and it's actionable, and that's really appreciated. Andy, anything on your end?
I feel very similar. I go with Lauren plus what everybody added. I thought it was very good comment, things that we can act on and that we'll take into account. And similar to Bill, I think going to DAB and TAB beforehand will really help us create a better submittal when we come back for submittal. So I think that's all really good feedback. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Well, before we wrap up here, we do need formal direction on referrals to boards. So if I've heard interest in referring to DAB and to TAB, and Taisha mentioned EAB as well. So I would just ask for council members to make one motion at a time about referral to those boards.
I move that we refer this item to the Transportation Advisory Board.
I second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. This is a show of hands, I believe. So all in favor, raise your hand. I think that looks unanimous.
I will motion that we send this to Design Advisory Board.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. All right, I've got a unanimous here as well. And then did someone want to make a motion about EAB as well?
Yes, I'll go ahead and do that then. I'll make a motion for the Environmental Advisory Board. Again, waste, recycling, energy, green buildings, that's their expertise.
I'll second that.
All right, and I'll just say before I call for the raise of hands, I don't think we've ever referred a project to EABs. This is Taisha, this is an intriguing concept. I'll be supporting it, but just I think it'll be really interesting to hear the feedback that they have about environmental issues as it pertains to this project. So it'll be an interesting experiment. Taisha, thanks for bringing it up. If we do vote in favor, all in favor of the motion. I got like 6 or 7, but a majority. So, and with that, I think that concludes this agenda item. Thanks to the applicant for the conversation, and we'll look forward to seeing what you come up with next.
Thanks to council for the time and patience.
You're very welcome. All right, that brings to a close our public hearing. And let's see, Teresa, we need to do a time check, right? We've got one agenda item left. It's 9:26. We have it pegged for 90 minutes, but I could challenge us to do this in 45 to 60 if we're efficient about this. So are people comfortable continuing with our final agenda item?
I'm going to need a 5-minute break, or I'll just take one by myself.
Yeah, I would also like a break. But given that we have with a break, are people okay with continuing? Okay. Didn't see anybody throwing rotten fruit at the screen. So let's take a 5-minute break, 5 minutes. So be back at 9:32. Thanks. I'm waiting for the clock to strike 9:32. There we go. All right, everybody's back, feeling refreshed, I hope. And if Alicia, if we can go to our matters item, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Our matters item is matters from the city manager is number 6 on tonight's agenda. And 6A is the progress update on the implementation of the East Boulder subcommunity plan related to the zoning update.
Very good. And Nuri, as I send it over to you, I'll just encourage our amazing planning staff to be concise in our presentations and council to be concise in our questions so that we're not here until midnight. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to go straight to Kathleen. Thank you.
Okay, great. Hi, everybody. We're going to talk about zoning. I hope you stretched. I will share my screen. Let's see. Let me know. Screen to share. Can you all see the presentation? Awesome. Okay. Well, great. Nice to be with you all again tonight. My name's Kathleen King. I'm a principal planner in the Comprehensive Planning Group. I'm looking forward to sharing an update with the council on implementation of the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. I'm joined tonight by Leslie Oberholzer from the Codometrics consultant team, who's available to answer any questions council might have tonight. And we will get started. So I have a relatively quick presentation. I'll try to keep a quick clip through it. We've got some time for clarifying questions, and then we'll be asking council to provide feedback on the key questions that we've prepared for the project. This is one of a couple discussions that we'll have with council. We'll be back in a few months with some more information as well, so you can keep that in mind. So as we get started, I like to just reorient everyone to where we are in the city. The East Boulder subcommunity is one of 10 in the city, and it covers the area north of Arapahoe and generally east of Foothills Parkway. The subcommunity planning process took place over a 3-year period, and the plan sets a vision for the future of East Boulder, identifying areas of change where community members have expressed a desire to see evolution in mostly industrial and office-focused areas to more mixed-use neighborhoods, where people could live and work, be well connected by a variety of mobility options, and have access to recreation and outdoor spaces. The plan includes recommendations for land use and transportation changes, as well as a robust set of policies, programs, and potential capital projects that community members put forward throughout the process. Subcommunity planning falls into the collaborate space of the engagement spectrum, and the project was completed with the participation of over 1,600 community members. We started in 2019, and this was one of the first city projects to incorporate community connectors into the engagement and planning processes. The recommendations and final plan also saw many touch points with city boards and council throughout the process. So after completing the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan in 2022, there was a series of key implementation steps required in order to set the area up for the next phase of implementation and change. The plan was adopted by both City Council and the Planning Board, who also approved changes to the Comprehensive Plan's land use map, which guides future land use and zoning decisions in the city. The plan connections were approved by the Transportation Advisory Board and City Council for an update to the Transportation Master Plan map. And now we're working through one of the final stages on the city side, at least, to set up the administrative end of evolution for the area. The implementation of the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan is in some ways very different from other recent planning efforts, such as Alpine Balsam or Boulder Junction, where the city was the majority landowner. In East Boulder, properties and areas of change are all privately owned. So our implementation strategy is dependent on being able to regulate for the outcomes expressed in the plan. So in this project, we're looking at 2 major components. The first is zoning, and that's what our discussion will be focused on tonight. And then the second component is form-based code. So we met with council last fall to take a look at form-based code outcomes and discuss the review process. Both Planning Board and City Council gave us really helpful feedback, and the project team is working through drafting an update to the form-based code that will be available for the public to review this spring. But just for context, a reminder that the form-based code guides redevelopment by establishing standards for building form and design and providing guidance for the design of public spaces between those buildings. In Boulder, the form-based code acts as an overlay, and we still use the underlying zoning districts to determine allowed uses. So while we're talking about zoning districts tonight, the focus is really on those allowed uses. All of the other characteristics of form, bulk, and intensity that are built into our code will be guided by the form-based code overlay for the area. So this is a current zoning map for East Boulder. And I want to be clear that while we are not anticipating a comprehensive rezoning as an outcome of the project. So that means the city's not leading a rezoning of properties in the areas of change, but rather we're creating guidance for property owners who may consider redevelopment in line with the subcommunity plan by providing pre-vetted zoning options for both the property owner, but also staff, planning board, and council as they play roles in development review. So again, this kind of gets back to that difference between implementing this project versus something like Boulder Junction. So included in the subcommunity plan is some pretty specific guidance on the types of uses that community members wanted to see in these different East Boulder neighborhoods as they evolve. And we work with the community to define what these places should look and feel like. This is documented in the plan through description and performance standards for what we call place types. The project team used those place types and looked for matches just based on allowed use across our 43 different zoning districts. Despite having so many different zones, we still didn't have any perfect matches between what's described in the plan and what's allowed in our zones. But we have some zones that are very close. So we're proposing a few modifications to these zones for your consideration and feedback tonight. For the Innovation TOD, Neighborhood TOD, and Main Street Live Work place types, the zone that presents the best match for uses allowed by right is MU4. And allowing the use by right is a really important component to the implementation. We're really trying to streamline the review process for these areas that may be covered by the form-based code. So we're working to allow uses described by the plan as by right to avoid an additional process of going through use review and a form-based code review. In order to better align MU4 with the planned uses in the area, we would need to modify the use table to allow the categories of brewery, distillery, and winery, which is currently prohibited, and small theater or rehearsal space, which today requires use review in MU4. The Parkside residential category matches pretty closely with MU2 and should work for that small area. Then the Innovation TOD non-residential place type matches with the IG zone, but we're recommending some modifications to allow breweries, distilleries, and wineries as uses with restaurants and to allow brew pubs and taverns to add to the dining and entertainment mix in this area. The destination workplace place type could really be either IG or IMS. IMS is a closer match based on allowed uses, but we would want to discuss expanding allowed office floor area in this zone, and I'll speak more to that in a little bit. So when we're considering these types of modifications, we want to understand how they might impact other areas of the city that already have this zone applied. So first we can look at the MU4 zones. So MU4 was a newer zone district created actually in step with the form-based code for Boulder Junction and has since also been applied to Alpine Balsam. But it currently doesn't allow breweries, distilleries, wineries by right, and has a use review for small theater or rehearsal space. I think Historically, the brewery category was really industrial. They have large equipment, can sometimes have canning bottling operations associated, and then certainly trucking for moving supplies and product. But locally, we've seen these businesses evolve to include tasting rooms, which have become in both East Boulder as well as other areas of the city really valuable social places where people meet, gather, and celebrate together. So as we think about how an MU4 zone, which we've seen typically include pretty dense residential component, we believe this use would be complementary and fit in with these zones. Similar with the small theater and rehearsal spaces, we believe this type of use would be complementary to the zone, providing social and entertainment opportunities, but it's also a use that can be activated throughout the day and night, creating more vibrant spaces throughout different hours. It too has some considerations for loading, unloading things like set materials. We'd want to think carefully about parking needs and pick up drop-off zones, but these are things that will be managed both by the form-based code and by the city's curbside management program. The MU4 zone at Alpine Balsam is pretty restricted on planned uses there, so it's unlikely to be significantly impacted by these changes in the near term. For impacts to areas zoned IG, these are mostly focused in East Boulder, the Boulder Junction Phase 2 area, and along the Foothills Corridor north of Arapahoe. The proposed modifications would expand dining and entertainment options in these neighborhoods, which the team considers complementary to the existing and planned uses, which today are mostly work-focused, but may experience some transitions to include residential in the future. The other area that would be impacted by this change are the industrial zones in Gun Barrel. And again, we believe these modifications would serve as complementary to existing and planned uses in that area. And then another item for consideration is whether to expand the allowed by right space for office in the IMS zones. So the IMS zone is a closer match based on use to the destination workplace, and that's because it would allow for residential uses by right. The alternative is to use the IG zone for this place type, which does not allow residential by right, but requires a use review. Now, because the adopted subcommunity plan describes residential as an allowed use in the area, it would meet the criteria for approval of the use. However, as I mentioned earlier, the project is really working to streamline process for redevelopment, particularly for residential uses. So by allowing residential by right in the areas defined by the place types map in the subcommunity plan, we can at least eliminate that barrier. The destination workplace place type also supports and anticipates office space and R&D use to accommodate existing and future businesses. However, the IMS zone currently limits office use to 5,000 square feet. This modification proposes to expand that allowed use to 50,000 square feet for a more realistic footprint of office in this area. Today, office use in the IG zones are 50,000 square feet floor area by right. The potentially impacted areas outside of East Boulder would be in North Boulder, where there's a handful of parcels west of Broadway, north of Rosewood Avenue, and then in the Steel Yards area of Boulder Junction, which I'll mention also has a form-based code applied to that area as well. The destination workplace place type covers area in dark blue. So it's about 25 parcels in Flatiron Business Park and a couple of parcels in the Valmont Park East area of Change. The description for this area's future vision is that it will offer industrial and office space with indoor-outdoor workspaces, excellent connections to a variety of mobility options, and local destinations for retail, dining, and entertainment. Additionally, the place type allows for flexibility of supporting residential infill. Focusing on allowed uses and trying to streamline process, we have two options for identifying an equivalent zone for these areas. The first is that properties in the destination workplace place type could remain IG, And this would continue to allow for the office and R&D uses that are supported by the subcommunity plan. But for residential infill, it would require a use review process. And I mentioned earlier, because the subcommunity plan describes support for residential uses, a project would meet the criteria, but it's just an additional process that the applicant would have to go through. The IMS zone allows residential by right, so we could avoid the additional process. However, the limitations on office and R&D space in the IMS zone are not aligned with the subcommunity plan's description. The preferred option described in the memo is to use IMS as the equivalent zone, but modify the zone to allow a similar office footprint to what is currently allowed in IG today. Planning board expressed opposition to this concept because they had concerns about allowing additional office space. Tonight, we're looking for council's feedback on which of these options you'd prefer to move forward with. So here is a summary of the full list of equivalent zones. And we're asking council tonight to provide feedback on whether these zones, based on allowed uses, are appropriate matches for the place types in the plan. And then based on your feedback, the project team will be working on a process recommendation for property owners interested in rezoning in line with the plan and the future form-based code updates. This image just takes that table and shows how it maps, and you should have received through Hotline a similar diagram earlier today. Just because I have the map up, I just want to reiterate, no required rezoning as part of the implementation of this project. It's a reference tool. And then this is a summary of those proposed use table revisions, which attempt to minimize impacts to other areas with these designated zones, but are changes that the team felt would be essential to helping to realize the plan through a streamlined process. So as I mentioned, we're here to collect your feedback tonight. We're going to continue to work on this rezoning strategy for the area. And then you can expect to see the team return in the spring with those updates to the form-based code and some initial community feedback on proposed changes. And hopefully that was quick, but not too quick. We've got some questions for your consideration. Leslie and I are both here and available to respond to questions. So I can keep the slide up or take it down.
Why don't you take it down, Kathleen, if you don't mind for now. Let's get through questions and then we can address them. Alicia, someone put it in the chat too. So questions for staff. I've got Tara.
Kathleen, I'm assuming that you read some of the emails that came from Holland and Hart and others.
Yes.
Can you give us your thoughts on that?
Sure. I think the email that we got from Holland and Hart yesterday or this morning, reiterated that they're not interested in a comprehensive rezoning. So that's not something that we're discussing. And I think in general, they described that their clients in the Flatiron Business Park area want to continue to be able to do business in the office and R&D uses. So that's consistent with what is included in the subcommunity plan.
Great.
Do you mind if I pop in here? That's helpful, Kathleen. Sure. I actually spoke to a representative today and also heard a concern about being required to do residential in the areas that are currently zoned IG. And we are not contemplating requiring residential in those areas.
That was included in the council memo as something that came up at Planning Board. Planning Board had asked staff to look at ways to require residential. So that was something that was discussed at that meeting as well.
Well, I've got a couple. Tara, was that everything?
Well, so is that off the table then, since,
Unless we tonight give them different direction.
well, okay, good, because I think we should be consistent with our businesses and do what we said we would do and keep it that way. That's just me.
Okay, I got Taisha, Lauren, Ryan.
There we go. Sorry. Thank you so much. The presentation was fantastic. I really love the data visualization in the beginning. I just had a couple of questions. One was around the workspace and office space. And, I think I'm just wondering and curious about the opportunities had been considered for like being intentional around art spaces. So theater and dance, you mentioned in one slide around small theater, but then there was no other mention of the arts more intentionally. So I think, we should be intentional about that. So I just would love to hear more about that and if that was in consideration. And then just in general, there was a adults live here vibe. And so it didn't, and the things that there was a lot of alcohol centered things. And so I just wanted to honor that not everybody drinks alcohol. Yay. And we also love spaces to bring, and I think of families, and yeah, they do it, but I think they would also love to have alternatives and a variety of options. So again, wanted to make sure that that was in there. And then I was curious if the Visitors Centers Bureau or board had been engaged in this work. As I'm new to that board, just curious, because again, they have a lot of the restaurants and, it's just a great cross section of businesses and can offer a really interesting perspective as it relates to some of the development. But in general, and then always just how we can continue to elevate around accessibility and just, again, really going above what the Colorado and federal requirements would always be wonderful for me. Thank you so much. And I also love the engagement slide, so thank you.
I'm happy to
muted,
respond
Erin,
to
sorry.
some of those if you want me to. Yeah.
What's that now?
I see Erin talking, but you're muted.
Kathleen, I spoke too soon. If you can just respond to those.
Yes.
Fine.
So for the art spaces, yes, a lot of the types of maker spaces and art supported spaces are allowed uses in those industrial categories. So we're good there. And then also just for council's awareness, as we're working on the form-based code updates, in the next couple of weeks, we're doing outreach to local businesses to find out what light industrial and makers and artists need in their physical space so that we can try to incorporate that into some of the requirements of the form-based code. On the adults live here alcohol-centered vibe, I think those are just kind of the recommended modifications, but a lot of the other kind of family supportive uses are allowed in these zones. So we didn't need additional modifications for those. The visitors board, we've certainly worked with the chamber throughout the sub-community plan as well as this implementation project. And then we have focus groups with some of the local businesses to find out more about their interests and needs in redevelopment of the area, but also their physical needs for their space. Mm-hmm. So that's how we've been working and are continuing to work with those folks. And then questions about accessibility and universal design, those will be considerations that we can look at when we put together some of the other form-based code pieces, but I don't know, Leslie, if you had more thoughts about that particular item.
Okay. Before you go on, I just wanted to clarify though that I was talking about all of that is fine and I really appreciate that. And again, I just Yeah, I always like to see that full picture. So I apologize for not realizing that this is the modification component. But I did want to go back to, oh darn, I forgot what my train of thought was. Darn. Hopefully I remember. But continue.
Visitors Bureau,
I
not.
think it was
Chamber.
Yeah,
visitors.
the
Oh, okay.
chamber is not the same thing. So these are two separate things, and that's what I was saying. The Visitors Bureau has a more diverse cross section, and as well as like the Downtown Boulder Partnership, which I know is a different area, but still it's a lot of that same kind of thinking that would help. Like, hindsight 2020, what would they like to see? All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, very good. Thanks for all that. We got Lauren and Ryan.
Thank you for the presentation. Kathleen, those graphics yours? Did you make them?
Yes.
Yes, you always have such beautiful slides. Let's see, so in the memo, it talked about the focus group sessions and there were 2 bullet points there about an interest in ability to create more and wider variety of housing options in East Boulder and concerns for affordability of commercial space in subcommunities, ability to support small businesses in the face of redevelopment. At what phase in this process are we going to be trying to address those issues? Because it doesn't feel like these zoning changes necessarily are addressing that at this moment.
So I'll talk to the program component, and then I might have Leslie speak to how we're trying to format the space to support small businesses. So for the affordability of space, we are working with Community Vitality on the affordable commercial program and trying to look for ways that might be piloted in East Boulder or implemented in East Boulder. We've talked about things like a general improvement district at 55th and Arapahoe. Is that one of the mechanisms that we could use to try to address some of those issues? So on the programming side, there's a lot of cross collaboration with partners in Community Vitality that's ongoing. But then Leslie, I'll turn to you to speak to the kind of physical component piece.
Sorry. I also do think, I'm not sure that it was apparent, and maybe council knows this already, but that we're only talking about portions of East Boulder with the form-based code and with the uses, just the areas of change, specific areas of change. Within those areas of change where the form-based code will be applied, we're looking at part of what staff is working on over the next week with the survey is to find out what are the components of those spaces, what are the sizes of the spaces that make for good incubator spaces or small business spaces, what are the heights that they need, what are the different components such as garage doors and loading, what kind of access and visibility do they need to survive. And so we're trying to figure out how we can fold that into the form-based code. One other part that we're looking at, and this is with consultation with lots of staff members, that much like we have done with the form-based code in other locations where we're requiring retail space, we're also looking at spaces where we're requiring those kinds of industrial maker, small business spaces as well, so that we can try to kind of create new spaces that'll be to some degree replacement spaces for those that are being removed.
Thank you for that. I guess with thinking about embodied carbon and things like that, and like also just knowing that inherently the existing space is going to most likely be cheaper than new built space. Is there any thought about ways that we can incentivize keeping any amount of existing space while still allowing for additional development?
I think that to some degree, that's where it comes in that we're only focusing on these areas of change where we're trying to introduce, and this is really more plan stuff, I think, Kathleen, so interrupt me. You know, at 55th and Arapahoe, where we're incorporating this sort of TOD, and we know that it's going to change there, we're trying to make up as much space as we can. But that the majority of East Boulder is not going to be rezoned. And there are these large areas of those kinds of existing affordable spaces that will be retained, that zoning is not changing and we're not applying form-based code. So that with the idea that those would be, you know, sort of left alone, that we're only strategically affecting the areas where we're proposing the introduction of residential. Again, I feel like I'm stepping on plan stuff, Kathleen, so.
No, I think you nailed it. That was a big component of the community conversation when we were doing the sub-community plan, is really trying to balance areas of change with preservation of some of this older industrial space. So as Leslie mentioned, there are significant portions of East Boulder that will maintain their community industrial land use designations and industrial service zoning, things like that.
Okay. I got the impression when we were discussing that previously that we were going to try and still do some amount of kind of trying to retain existing buildings or existing tenants to some degree, even within the areas of change. But I get that this isn't exactly the spot to do that. In terms of the IG and IMS, why do you recommend us allowing the additional larger square footage by right of office space in IMS as opposed to allowing residential by right in IG?
So I could speak first, and then Leslie, if you want to jump in. One of the things that I think the community discussed a lot, and certainly planning board and council discussed a lot when we looked at those residential and industrial zoning changes a couple of years ago, is setting up ways that we could preserve some of these industrial areas. And one of the things that we know is in communities all over, once there's a loss of industrial land to residential or to mixed use development, it's very hard to get it back. And so because IG is applied to a few other places outside of East Boulder and Gun Barrel, along that foothills corridor, like I mentioned, we don't want to just kind of make that big sweeping change because it impacts so many other areas of the city. And then Leslie, I don't know if you have anything to add.
Just a little bit in that IMS is sort of written as a mixed use industrial zone. And so it doesn't allow some of the outdoor storage and some of the industrial service businesses that might not mesh as well with residential uses. So introducing residential by right in IG would, you know, conflict with those. So IMS sort of matches a little bit better with that kind of mix. The key was that IMS doesn't allow, as has already been mentioned, larger office uses that, you know, there's not a lot of market for necessarily these days, but there is in East Boulder right now. So we felt like that would be an okay introduction into IMS and wouldn't necessarily affect other locations as much.
Thank you for that. That's it for my questions.
Yeah. Ryan, do you mind if I ask a follow-up before I go to you? So just on that, thank you, on that question about those two zones, the IMS, the argument for IMS makes sense to me. And in that destination workplace, that larger floor plate of office also makes sense to me, given the current characteristics and how it might evolve. But I have some concerns about the existing IMS. some of it's in North Boulder in an area that we'll probably redevelop at one point, and probably wants a more finer grain mix of uses than a 50,000 square foot office space. And then also in Boulder Junction, I think there's one major parcel that still hasn't been developed along Goose Creek in that IMS zone, which also probably doesn't just want to be a large office building. So I hate to do overlays or different things in different parts of the city, but did you consider that? Because it feels like those two other areas are really quite different from this destination workplace area.
Yes, that's a possibility that we could apply a geographic limit to that that office. It just makes the uses a little bit messier in the zoning district, but that is a possibility. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks, Jan. So we'll come back to it in comments. Go ahead, Ryan. So Lauren, did you want to chime back in on that? You're muted.
Kind of just really quickly, what about, I mean, instead of an overlay, like having it be off, like having the office space over something be a use review for the larger office space? Wouldn't that allow the existing office space to continue, but not necessarily allow an expansion of it?
That's what it is right now.
It is allowed to the to the 50,000 through use review.
No, not an IMS. I'm sorry, I got confused. It's late. It's later for me. You.
So I think we can, Lauren, why don't we come back to it during discussion? That's right. Ryan, you want to go ahead?
Thank you, Kathleen, for a very informative and clear presentation. I just have one question. Is it possible to estimate the housing capacity and the parking capacity, even if in ranges at this point?
Is it possible to estimate the housing capacity and the parking capacity?
And parking, yeah, some estimate of a number of housing units versus number of parking spaces, if ranges.
See if parking's in there. Housing is definitely the capacity for units under different scenarios is included in the sub-community plan. I don't think we did parking. No, parking's not in the sub-community plan, but if you wanted us to site test that under these different zones, we could do that.
I'm curious. It's not critical if it would be a big project at this point, but soon I'd be interested to understand if possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good. Thanks, Ryan. I got two more questions for you. One was, Kathleen, we talked about this offline a couple of days ago. Just in terms of the where the form-based code is going to apply, there was like we're deciding that later, but there was a preliminary map in our packet, and it didn't include that destination workplace section. And just is that, which concerned me because IMS has a very low allowed floor area ratio of 0.6. So if we didn't have the overlay of the form-based code, it would really minimize what you could do out there. So have you thought more about how we might address that and maybe include it in the form-based code or take a different approach?
So we have gone back and forth, I think, as a group on whether to apply form-based code to that area or not. And the reason being that the business park doesn't have great bones upon which to build the form-based code regulations, like a gridded street pattern is really helpful so that we can define building frontages. And it just that we tried, 20 different ways during the sub-community planning process to build that into that area. And there's just too many barriers with ditches and creeks and a variety of challenges. But I think the team is really open to council's interest or feedback on that conversation. And Leslie, I don't know if you want to color any commentary on the debate we've been having back and forth about that area.
Yeah, I think what we've talked about is that maybe portions of it might be appropriate, but I hesitate to introduce a new building form that would meet what has been happening in the Flatiron Business Park to date, and which will likely continue to be built, and I think is the intent of the area. I mean, we can certainly do it. I mean, you can write it for anything, but just the fact that we wouldn't have sort of non-primary frontages, because pretty much everything is a primary frontage. There's just one street frontage for every lot, because there aren't blocks, there aren't rectilinear blocks. It's very curvy, and there isn't rear access, and so it just becomes
I
difficult.
understand the challenges. Yeah, so that makes sense. But kind of separate question. So we're talking about we're not rezoning unless people apply. Does the form-based code only go along with the rezonings? Right. So then it wouldn't be about applying to the existing form, but about the future desired form. Well, I still get that there are challenges with the things you're talking about, but it's not like we would try to accommodate the existing form of the area. Oh, that's helpful. I'll come back later in comments. Ryan, did you have another one? Oh, no, you're done. Okay, I had one more though. We had there was an email in our packet from planning board member Kurt Nordback about some potential other use changes. And one aspect of that struck me in particular was that apparently MU4 currently has some quite auto-oriented uses that are allowed, like for example a fuel station. And it seems like MU4 is not a great place for a gas station. Did you think about advancing some of his recommendations?
Leslie, did you want to speak to that?
Sure. We actually talked about that a couple of times. I'm not quite sure why those uses are in the MU4, but one of the things that we're looking at now is whether or not we can just manage those within the building type, because we already will be sort of managing where the different uses can occur in different stories. And so we could potentially just prohibit some of those uses in the different building types. I think that's something that I've actually been working on this week. And so we'll be talking with staff about that. I don't know why ME4 has some uses in it that wouldn't even have applied to the locations where it was applied, but staff must have had some reason for including those at the time.
We'll comment on that later as well. Okay, thanks for all that. That's all my questions. I'm not seeing any other raised hands. So if we could move to discussion, it's good to be able to see each other's faces, so maybe we can just go off the questions in the chat. I figured we could take them one at a time, and maybe we can try to be pretty quick in our discussion about it. So the number one is, does City Council find the identified equivalent zones adequately implement the vision of the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan? I guess I might just ask, does anybody have any concerns, or are we generally good with what's proposed? Okay, I'm not, raise your hand if you dispute. Oh, Lauren wants to dispute.
Well, I do have the little bit of concern over the IG zone, and I'm not 100% all in on making the larger office spaces be a conditional use or require a use review or something like that, but I would like maybe a little bit more thought put into that, and why convince me why we shouldn't do that.
Right. Makes sense. Well, and our next one is about IG versus IMS. We could address that a little bit more too.
Sorry, jumped the gun.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, so so it sounds like we're generally okay with them, subject to Lauren's comment. Number two, does City Council have input on whether IG or IMS is the most effective equivalent zone for the destination workplace place type? Benefit of IMS allowing residential by right. And I think your recommendation was IMS at the end of the day, but you want us to get feedback from us. So are people generally okay with the IMS approach? And throw in an additional comment if you'd like for Lauren. Terry, did you want to say something?
How'd you know? I'm so tired, I can't even find the raise hand button. Can you remind me, just because it's late and I can't seem to focus that well at this point, Are we, by allowing residential by right, did you say this was a reason why we might lose our industrial, or were you talking about something else, Kathleen?
I actually think I could chime in on that. I think the question there was, Lauren was asking, could we just make residential use by right in every IG zone across the entire city? And that was where Kathleen said, well, we probably wouldn't take that approach because we might lose too much industrial.
Okay, good. All right. So that's fine.
Okay, very good. Nicole, did you have something? Yeah, okay. So it sounds like we're generally okay with IMS. I just want to piggyback, Lauren, before I go to you, piggyback on what Lauren said. I do have that concern about the 50,000 square foot office plate in those other areas of the city. So if you all could just think about that, because I wouldn't want to see that size of office space in the other parts of your city. So when you come back to us with an ordinance, if maybe you could solve that problem in one way or another, you all are the experts there. I would love to see that. Are people okay with them thinking about that problem? Okay, I'm seeing nodding. Any other comments on that item? All right, number 3, does City Council support the proposed use table modifications? Just are we generally okay? And feel free to add a comment, but I'm seeing nodding heads, and I'll call on myself and throw in that I think it's worth thinking about. Maybe we're already changing some of the use categories. Maybe we remove 1 or 2 of those auto-oriented uses from ME4. And if in your continued discussion with the planning board, if a couple of those possible allowed additional uses seem to be a great idea, that's something I would consider for the next phase as well. I'll just throw that out there. Okay, so seeing more nodding heads and raised fingers, the thumbs. Great. Well, generally, I think everybody's really happy with where this is going. So really appreciate all of your incredibly hard work. Council, any other final thoughts before we let them go? All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. We'll see you guys again in a few months.
Sounds great. Thanks again for a phenomenal job. And Elisha, are we done?
We are done, sir.
Woohoo. All right, any final thoughts before we finish out the meeting?